Well, hello everybody. Hope you're all ready for a great day of Clash Royale, the AMG Cup Round 2, Top 64 of the Ladder Legends bracket. And here's who we have remaining. From Saudi Arabia, we saw Raken do a great job yesterday. Banso and Kid Rodriguez both representing Argentina. The Belarusian Predator moved on in his round. I think he ran some E-Golem, so oof. Bolivia with Denito Pro. Brazil with a CRL Pro, Serge TS in their Ladder Legends group. Stang and Joao. Canada, the lone Canadian. My favorite card stocks is the Ice Golem. The lone Canadian, the only Canuck, only one drinking maple syrup here today. Sweep in the building, got a first round bye due to that random draw. Chile with Bad Bunny and a channel favorite in Chris Leanne. Colombia only has one player left on this side of the bracket. Remember, there is a round of 32 bracket of quote-unquote competitive players, CRL players and such. Ncoo, the only one for Colombia left, and then Yafo for Costa Rica, who had a first round bye as well. Everyone's excited to see Mohamed Light, the Egyptian, who will make his debut with, I believe, kicks in CRL East coming up on August 15th. 4 members of the French delegation, Viper, Remy, M. Ralph, and Marius. I don't believe any of them played yesterday. Maybe Viper did. I had to quit a little bit early yesterday, if you guys might not know. Germany, Amir Uzumaki, who people thought was Japanese until they realized he's German. Carl the Legend, Riker had a good round yesterday. Schwarzen had the first round bye, and Thaddeus. Indonesia, one of the biggest stars in the East. Benzer Rydell, a mortar master. We'll see if he can get through the round of 64. Italy, you have the one trick, but who didn't run his deck yet, Feno Final Form, and the national player, also Cream, Real Betis player, Ace. Japan, maybe with the strongest delegation, pound for pound, Jack and Oyasu. Ryuga as well, but Jack and Oyasu both for Japan. That's going to be insanity. Kazakhstan with Dima. Mexico with the largest contingent, Kevin of Chivas Esports. Sandoval had a great outing yesterday. Luis Aguilar. Aether legend Alexis, Yosoy Rick. Anaban here in the Ladder Legends bracket. Pompeo as well. So you have 2 Clash Royale League players we should be seeing today. And, of course, the guy Rockstar, you might know as a content creator. I will be putting the challenge bracket here in the chat in just a moment. From Montenegro, Toron, the only Montenegrin player. I think that's how you pronounce that. I'm not entirely sure. Paraguay's Lucas Danger. Peru, we saw Thunderboy come out hot yesterday. Mini Minter has a tough out ahead of him. We'll see the bracket in just a moment. Jose Wolf and Leo Vargas both in the mix as well. Poland's lone player, Destroyer. Russia with Paradox, Topic, and Teabag. All 3 of those got wins yesterday, I believe. No, Paradox and Topic did. Scotland will finally see someone come out thunderstruck, not to be mistaken for Peru's Thunder Boy. Syria's Osama got the win yesterday. Dark Angel, who beat me in my 3rd game of the 20-win challenge with a hard counter. Oh, it was brutal. And Michifu, so 2 CRL experienced players for Spain. Turkey has Alperin, Unice Gravity, Respectful Man, and Eternity. Alperin got 6th on ladder, I believe, last season. Ukrainian Legalis, who's part of the crew with Igor, Lapakati, a big group of those guys. Legalis has been on stream training directly with those guys, and Trollan as well. And then the Americans, Ian77, one of your favorites, Bag, the juicy one who got a free win yesterday because his opponent didn't show up, and Cassim G Star. So, guys, a whole lot of action today. Hello and welcome. I'm Rich Slaton. If you're new here, welcome. Throw me a follow. Hang out a bit. Chris Leanne in the chat. All excited to see you do well today, brother. And, of course, all you guys rooting for Thunderstruck as well. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess Anaban and Pompeo maybe made their name as ladder players. That's why they're on the Ladder Legend side. Of course, the invitation to this portion was based on your previous 3 seasons of ladder. So there you go. You can see the schedule for today along the sides of the wall here, one on this side, one on this side. And we'll go approximately by that schedule, assuming players actually show up for their matches. So yesterday we had to jump around a bit because of players being late or not showing up. So we might do some of the same stuff here today. But that's going to be the plan. And we have some good ones here. I'm going to go ahead and grab the challenge bracket from the AMG chat. Give me 1 second here. And I'll throw the bracket in the chat for you guys. And you can see it. Once I find it, there we go. Let me go ahead and copy that for you and paste it right there. There's the challenge bracket for those of you who wanted to play along at home and keep an eye on the action. I'm going to go up and bring that over into my browser here so I can take a look at it as well. We had some fun ones today. Sandoval and Lucas Danger both had good outings yesterday. So, Sam, this portion of the tourney, which is the stage 1, is ladder players playing each other. I believe we get to the top 32 of these ladder players. Maybe it's fewer than that. And then they go into a final bracket with the competitive players, the CRL players. So all the big names that you know, right? Think of the biggest names you know in Clash Royale. They're on the other bracket waiting to see who comes out of this ladder legends bracket. So that's what's happening here, guys. So you can see some pretty good matchups here today over on the left-hand side of the screen. Let me look at what we got so far here. Excited to see Legalis again. The kid is playing great right now. Thaddeus and Juicy One should be a good one. Thunderstruck and Paradox will be interesting. We might see some interesting decks come out of those two. Over on the other side of it, Alperin and Kevin, that's going to be a good match. Ace and Michifu, that's one to take a look at. The Spaniard versus the Italian. Hopefully we get there fairly quickly. Sweep and Trollan. Trollan's a regular in my tournaments that I do here on this channel, by the way. Regular 100. There's no tournament today, guys. But he's a regular on the tournaments that I do here. I do regular $50 and $100 open tournaments. So make sure that you follow, you come back, hang out, do all that good stuff. Two Germans playing against each other in Carl the Legend and Amir Uzumaki. And that's a big one. Man, that's so far down the schedule. Hopefully I'm still here when this happens. Bag and Chris Leanne. That's the match I want to see. Hopefully it goes a little more quickly. So we're waiting on Sandoval to show up. So we're going to go to game number 2, which is Raken, a.k.a. Gravity, and Dark Angel will be our first match of the day. Oh, I thought Raken was against Viper. I think that they're fixing that one. Haha, yeah, there is a bit of a mistake. There we got our first matchup going in a second. Guys, hope that you're ready for some great Clash Royale. Yesterday was a whole lot of fun. Today I expect to be even more fun. Carl one-tricks Lava Loon, so I wonder what deck he will play. Maybe Lava Loon, Nalim. That's a distinctive possibility. Hi, Ravi. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you coming by. Isak as well. This will be a whole lot of fun, guys. Yeah, it's not. It's not Lawler. They made a mistake in the chat. It's Cardan. That's who Gravity is. Cardan. That was some serious mistaken. Wasn't Sandoval late yesterday, too? Probably real fake? Real fake Lapacati, which part of the FLG fake Lapacati gang. And guys, speaking of the fake Lapacati gang, the match you've all been waiting to see, let me go ahead and throw this here in the chat right now. Igor versus Lapo. Check that one out on YouTube now. Igor versus Lapacati, best of 5. Took place as the finals of one of my $100 open tournaments from last week. That is available on YouTube right now. So bring up the YouTube, save that video, watch it later, stay here for the stream. But that's going to be a fun one. Card protecting minor lawbreakers. Yes, I do remember that one, Lawler. FLG in the building. Igor versus Lapo. Available on my channel right now. So go ahead and check that out on YouTube. I'll keep throwing in some fun videos for you guys as the day goes on. But that's a big one. And the responses for this video have been massive. People are already jumping all over it. The video everyone wants to see, guys. And it's happening on my channel right now. Only AMG Cup today, Aki. Today and tomorrow as well. I believe I'll be doing, unless something happens and I have to do something else on Friday, the only tournament this week will be on Friday. But we are getting ready for our first game. Our first matchup is going to be Gravity, which is Cardan versus Dark Angel. I'm rooting for Germany. Well, if I'm rooting for a country, Stalks, I am from America, so I guess I'll root for the Americans. I have a lot of players, though. Like, there's individual players that are like, I'm really rooting for Chris Leanne to do well, but he's up against Bag, the American. So that's a hard one, right? Do I root for the guy who plays in my tournaments and wins my tournaments a bunch, or do I root for the American? That's a hard one. I can't really pick someone in that one. Cassim, how are you? Let's go ahead and jump into our first match of the day. Gravity, the Turkish player, up against Spain's Dark Angel, who, again, let me remind you, I faced in game number 3 of my best 20-win challenge attempt, and I lost. He had hard counter. It was brutal. Hunter Rogers in the building. Wildlife Louie, how are you? Moshi, how are you doing? Hunter Rogers, re-following. There you go. It happens, Hunter Rogers. People do the follow-unfollow game a whole bunch here. So Dark Angel looking like he's going to be going Ram Rider here in game number 1. Adam looking like Lava Miner Barbs. We'll see if it's Lava Loon specifically. Usually with the Tombstone it is. Ram Rider will connect. Not a charged up connection. Good zap there by Gravity, but does draw first blood, the Spaniard. That's an interesting question. See, Nalim saying bridge spam for Dark Angel. Do you guys consider Ram Rider bridge spam? Right? It is function. There's a lot of the similar concepts to it, but you know, it's so funny when I think bridge spam, I only think Battle Ram, and then I think Ram Rider. I think of it as different somehow. Dark Angel did some turns in CRL West with Team Queso. Never quite got his feet under him. You know, sometimes it's hard to be a brand new 16-year-old and leave your country, go to a house, and try to perform at your best level. Some people are ready for it, some people aren't. We'll see if Dark Angel can get himself back into that CRL skill level and consideration in the future. So Gravity does throw his first lava as we get into the final 30 seconds of single elixir time. And Dark Angel just putting the pressure on right below it. Solid barbs pick up there from Gravity, and this is a nasty push going the opposite direction. A lot of elixir on the board for Gravity. Smart barb barrel Magic Archer there. Very well played by Dark Angel. E-Wiz low. We'll see how he contends with this balloon and a nicely played fireball. Gravity takes the lead, but a well-constructed defense overall for Dark Angel. That could have been a whole lot of worse. Yeah, Chili Dog, that's a good point. Does that mean that Hog Rider is bridge spam? Well, I don't think so, because you don't spam the bridge with Hog Rider, right? Hog's the only card, like maybe Hog and Ice Golem. But you're not throwing a ton of cards at the bridge all the time, right? So you look at Dark Angel's deck. Bandit, you play at the bridge a lot. Ram Rider, Lumberjack, you play at the bridge a lot. You can play Magic Archer at the bridge a lot for that geometry, so. Yeah, it's just interesting. When I think of bridge spam, I think of Battle Ram, and I think of Ram Rider as Ram Rider, even though it's functionally also a spammy, bridgy deck. Lava Hound on the left-hand side. Dark trying to pressure on the right, but just having trouble getting through it all, and this should be a GG here. This is going to be really hard. The Fireball takes out the Smelly Dragons. The high E-Wiz Ram Rider combination doing a good job of slowing this down. The question is, can Dark Angel get to anything to stop this balloon from connecting? And I don't know. The Magic Archer trying to do it the best he can. Fireball comes in. Balloon does connect, and that's a GG there. Gravity gets a good matchup and capitalizes on it here in game number 1 of our second day of competition in the AMG Cup. Teresa, how are you? Welcome. Holly Simpson, hello to you as well. Tumas, good to see you. Swimmer, how are you, buddy? Let's see if these stats will update. I do believe that I have the correct stats page up, but we'll see if the stats actually do update here. Waiting on those ones to come through. So far, they haven't. So let me go ahead and take you over to the overall picture of who we have playing today. We're getting ready for game number 2. The ban is Lava Hound. Dark Angel didn't even mess around with it. Didn't think and go, maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do that. And he just goes, yeah. Just get your Lava Hound out of here, dude. I have no interest in playing against your Lava Hound. Probably a good call here from Dark. Cassim, how are you? Good to see you. We're going to be getting into game number 2 here in just one moment. Game 1, going to the Lava Hound player, Gravity. Stormy Knight with the GG in the chat. So we don't have support for it yet, but we will have app grade support for this coming up, I believe, in our second stage of the tournament. So if you haven't yet got the app grade app, it's a great way to follow competitive Clash Royale and other competitive Supercell games. Here we go, game number 2 between Gravity and Dark Angel. Ban is Lava Hound. Not available for the remainder of this best of 3. Let me check on something here. This is the prize for the AMG tourney. This is a $2,000 event, guys. Denito. There is not $100 open today, but I often do have $100 and $50 opens here on the channel, so stick around. But today and tomorrow there won't be one. My next open tournament should be on Friday, depending on other stuff. But this event, this AMG event, does have a $2,000 prize pool, so fairly significant. And talk about significant. Look at that damage from Dark Angel to open up. No Lava Hound, and Dark goes right back to the exact same deck one more time. And that NATO was needed to not lose the tower, but still that tower in a lot of trouble. Magic Archer just barely chipping the edge, and that's going to get down to under 500 HP. Maybe even under 400 if he gets one more shot here. Gravity has to make a decision, decides not to, and that's going to be 209. Not quite fireball range here, but in a lot of trouble. Peacemaker, is Lapakati playing in this? I don't know if he's playing on the other side of the bracket. This is the Ladder Legends side of the bracket. On the other side, you will have a different collection. On the other side, you will have the competitive players. Don't know if Lapa will be there. But if you do want to see Lapakati released today on my YouTube channel, Igor vs. Lapo. Tourney Denito is going to be Friday. The open tournament will be Friday, assuming that I don't have a conflict that arises, and I'm checking to see if I have one or not. But I am currently planning on an open tournament this Friday. I will make sure you're updated both here on my Discord and in Twitter. And this Golem push is going to absolutely shred that right-hand tower. 41 seconds left. Dark Angel has to defend here and turn this around on the opposite end. 2 towers down, but Dark Angel not out of the woods. 30 seconds left. Just doing everything he can, and Gravity just spamming in the pocket, throwing all the cards he can think of. He's inventing new cards to throw in the pocket at this stage. That was a massive expenditure, way ahead on Elixir, but that right-hand tower in fireball range. 13 seconds left. That should be it. Golem goes in the pocket, Inferno Dragon in response. NATO tries to pull it away, but that's not going to be enough to get that tower down. We're going to game number 3, all tied up. Lawler, I can't stream for 6 hours, so probably again around the same time as I did yesterday, which is in about 3 to 4 hours, I will be ending today's stream and sending you guys to Spanish. Same way this time. All right. The stats still. Let me try reloading the page maybe, see if that works. There we go. Stats now flying in. Let me go ahead and throw those there for you. Boom. There's your stats for game number 2. And it's a Ram Rider ban, so both players just going straight after the win conditions of their opponent. Gravity banning Ram Rider for Dark Angel. So the bans are Ram Rider and Lava Hound going into game number 3 between these two. Peacemaker, thanks. I'm glad you liked it. Throw a sub on that YouTube channel if you would. A lot of fun stuff up there. A lot of enjoyable Clash Royale content on that YouTube channel if you want to go ahead and check it out. And I'll be linking bits and pieces of it in here today. Ooh, some drama on Twitter. I'm not going to get into it, but there you go. Battle Ram kind of washed. I don't know. Let's go ahead and jump into our next one. I don't know if Battle Ram's kind of washed. I think that Bridge Spam is still a viable archetype, but Dark Angel probably going minor wall breakers here. That's just my guess. Could be anything. My guess is minor wall breakers. And we'll see what Gravity's going with here. Yeah, Sam, because you don't have permission to throw out links, but don't worry, I'll be linking it, Sam. Yeah, I do have block hyperlink mode on purpose. Yep, this round is also BO3s, Lawler. I think that's going to be the way we go throughout the first stages, and then we get to the later ones. Do I think some CROS teams might change to their roster? Maybe, I'm not entirely sure. Gravity going Mega Knight Royal Hogs, says Lawler in chat. Giant Miner for Dark Angel. With the Fisherman Hunter combination, which I like to call Fish Go Boom, when you really put it together. Yeah, RG Miner is not very popular right now, Nalim. What do you mean you can't enjoy the content, Sam? You can enjoy it because I link it for you. Chili Dog, I'm not sure when Best of 5 kicks in. My guess is when we get into Stage 2, it'll be Best of 5. I think they posted that somewhere. I'm not entirely sure. Stage 1, though, which is this Ladder Legends portion, is going to be BO3 the whole way, I think. We'll find out. You know, let me ask about the full mode. I'm going to ask them right now. One second, guys, getting the information for you. So game number 3, Dark Angel currently behind against Gravity. Got a nice little lead, and Fisherman does its good job, but those piggies will sneak on behind. Defensively, this is a challenging one for Dark Angel, right? Not a lot of great answers to the piggies. Not a lot of great answers to dual lane pressure. We'll see if he can find a way to break through more heavily as time goes on. Heal Spirit maybe trying to help that Night Witch out just a little bit, and doesn't quite get her much, and the bats don't even really touch. Dark Angel setting up again one more time, but again, this is kind of a difficult matchup situation, in my opinion. Piggies go to the right-hand side. What do you do? Drop a Hunter there, maybe. Fireball does come out. Heal Spirit gets 2 of them back up, and that's a lot of damage on the right-hand lane. Magic Archer low. Miner to the back for Dark Angel. Hunter up high trying to put some damage, and this is a decent little push on the left-hand side. 2 Brawlers trying to defend. Snowball makes some more room. Gravity's going to defend well, but behind by a lot on Elixir. Dark Giants up in the left-hand lane. We'll see if Gravity goes right-hand side with the piggies one more time. Mega Knight in front. Bandit behind, so no piggies here. Not worrying about trying to deal with that fireball at the moment. He was trying to sneak on through here, and some good chip damage on the left-hand side with the Magic Archer, but that's a very healthy Giant Night Witch into the left-hand lane. Fireball. Heal Spirit trying to keep those piggies up. Can they do much more? I don't know if they can. Piggies trying to bite on that tower, but Dark Angel takes it back, pulls the rug out from under Gravity, and we have our first winner of the day. Team Queso player Dark Angel moving on to our next round with a great comeback. Gravity just not able to figure out the situation at the end. Started going all single lane, trying to force pressure on that side, but the fireball. Big problem, and not able to find his way into the second level in those later stages. So Dark Angel will be moving on. And again, let me go ahead and throw the challenge bracket in there for you. Let me go ahead and find that thing. So this chunk is all BO3. How does it work with the other bracket and the 2000? Who goes on? And next up, it's going to be Sandoval and Lucas Danger, guys, is our next one. Okay, I'm getting some information for you guys here, but now we have both of our players. Sandoval no longer late. So here's how it goes, guys. This bracket is going to be all BO3. Depending on times tomorrow, we're going to go from round of 32 all the way to the final. The winner gets $200 of this bracket gets $200, but the top 32 of this bracket all qualify onto the next stage. So everyone who wins today moves on to the next stage. So that's Dark Angel onto the next stage and onto further in this bracket. So that's how it's going to work, guys. This will be a ladder Legends bracket. The winner of this bracket will get money, but the top 32, all the winners of today, will move on. Yeah, I should cast for CRL. That does sound fun. Wonder if there's a job opening somewhere. Minor for both Lucas Danger and Sandoval. They don't have a bracket or players released for the CRL side yet, or the whatever you want to call it, the competitive side yet. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to mix that up, Peacemaker, but the top 32 make it onto Stage 2, which is with all the big names from CRL, etc. So let me go ahead and link you that bracket one more time, everybody. Here is the round of 64 bracket for the Ladder Legends portion. Every winner today will move on to Stage 2, but we will still continue this bracket tomorrow to find a champion of the Ladder Legends portion and give them some cash. Orly, I will be uploading the day one to my YouTube channel. That'll be out tomorrow. Maybe later tonight. But I will upload day one to my YouTube channel. Wall breakers connect on the left-hand side for Lucas Danger. But currently he is the one behind. Miner going to town on the right-hand side. Fisherman really is kind of everywhere right now. It's not as bad as the Fisherman meta of its initial overpowered release, but you do see a lot of Fisherman overall. Orly, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Not going to get even death damage from this one, I believe. Yep, Musketeer stops it out of range. Good defense this time from Lucas Danger, but still in a lot of trouble. Miner wall breakers left-hand side. Delivery going to get... I thought it might get the Miner 2 there. Sandoval playing it safe. We'll see how Sandoval chooses to work on this one. That one not quite in range. Oh, is in range by an extra half tile, so 699 on the right-hand side for Lucas Danger here in game number 1. The Fisherman really has not been much of a factor for Lucas so far in this game. We'll see if he can get it in the mix more as time goes on. Mini P.E.K.K.A does not touch the Hunter, and that Fisherman actually makes things a little bit more difficult in some ways. Miner goes in, does not go to the Musketeer, goes to the safe spot. Musketeer goes inside instead this time. But that balloon's going to get death damage here, and that's a significant blow as we go into sudden death overtime. 259. Keep in mind, Sandoval does not have a big spell. So going to have to get some more Miners or Loons over on the tower. And now Lucas Danger with a pretty hefty push coming on in. Hunter high. That's a nicely placed Hunter, because if that Mega Knight does escape, it'll turn back towards the Hunter rather than towards the tower. And a good protection there with the Ice Golem to keep it alive. And now ahead by 3 Elixir. Or actually, no, never mind. Behind a little bit because of the Musketeer. Miner goes to the back, picked up by the Hunter. Does get some chip damage here for Lucas Danger. That's a huge connection, though. It'll take 2 snowballs for Sandoval to finish this one off. Does he choose a snowball cycle here or try to go for one more Miner? My guess is one more Miner and play some defense. There you go. Miner and snowball makes enough room. Sandoval takes game number 1. Nicely played by Sandoval. Here you go. Take a look at the stats. Powered by Royale API. Miner Loon keeps on moving around. This one with Fish Go Boom. Deepfake. I'm gonna post the gameplay on my YouTube. Don't you worry. Have I been on ladder around 6K? I think I'm 5.8 right now, getting ready for my 6K push. And then we'll see what I can do this season. Really would like to finish. My best is 63 something. I'd like to actually finish 6.3, but we'll see. We will see what I come up with. A little challenging of a matchup there for Lucas. Having a zap instead of a snowball to deal with that balloon, certainly challenging. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 here. Sandoval up 1. The ban is Miner. Here at 6.3. Nice work, Lawler. Prodiac, how are you? Welcome to the stream. This is the AMG Cup round 2 of the Ladder Legends stage. The winners from today will all be guaranteed to move on to stage 2, against the competitive scene, but we'll, of course, finish out this bracket tomorrow to crown a champion of the Ladder Legends side and also determine seeding, I believe. Not entirely sure about that. Don't quote me there. Kuroda, Tyrium, both of you, welcome. If you haven't yet, throw me a follow. Lots of great Clash Royale streaming content here throughout the week. High-level competitive play, open tournaments that you can play in, chances for you to win. All right here on Trovo.live/RichSlaton. Here we go. Graveyard in for Lucas Danger. Not a lot of elixir for his opponent, and oh, that might be a GG early here. Tower going to be in a whole lot of trouble. That is tower down. Lucas Danger just blows Sandoval out of the water here in game number 2. Sandoval up against Ice Wiz, NATO, Inferno Dragon. Pretty much not going to break through here. If you guys need a minute and 18 seconds to go do something, go ahead, do it. Come back, because this game's not changing here. Sandoval just cannot believe how bad he got blown out. Whoever wins today does qualify for Stage 2, Lawler, because we are in the round of 64, and the top 32 make it into Stage 2. Of course, we will play out the top 32 to determine a winner of this bracket and assign some winnings, but everybody who wins today does move on to the Stage 2, which will start, I believe, next week on the 2nd. Yeah, Lawler, there's no way for Sandoval to break through here. I mean, if Lucas Danger suddenly dies while holding his phone, maybe. If he gets attacked by a bear, that could do it, but this is already a challenging situation to try to break through against Ice Wiz, NATO, Goblin Cage, Inferno Dragon. That's already a tall ask for a Royal Giant player to beat in the first place. And then that graveyard push just decimated Sandoval. Absolutely decimated him. He knows it's over. Obsidian, welcome to the channel. Good to see you again. And some victory spells there from Lucas Danger. Maybe a little BMing there from Lucas Danger with the Graveyard Poison NATO in the middle. A little show-off play. Hey, look how much elixir I have left. You had absolutely no chance. GG, well played. Game number 2 goes to Lucas Danger. Here's the look at the stats powered by Royale API. And yeah, often we talk about those matchup data being maybe suspect depending on the popularity of the deck, but even with that small sample size, I would say this matchup should go even further once you throw the Inferno Dragon in there. Real nasty matchup. And the ban from Sandoval is going to be Cementerio, meaning the graveyard will be banned. So no more graveyard for game number 3. We will see the bans are minor and graveyard. 70-30. I would say that this matchup is more than 70-30. Remember, that's only a 7 of 8 matchup. That matchup's not getting all 8 cards in play. I think the Inferno Dragon takes that 80-20 at least. Parzival, are you a fan of the book Ready Player One by any chance? Rough, because Ice was in front of Dragon Cage and NATO not fun. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Eric, welcome. We're waiting for game number 3 here of Lucas Danger versus Sandoval. Here's the current top 64. Half of these players will qualify for the round of 32. There's the bracket. So far, Dark Angel, the first player to qualify for the round of 32 and to qualify for Stage 2. So as a reminder, everyone who wins today qualifies for Stage 2, which will take place next week, and qualifies to move on to the rest of this bracket tomorrow. A little complicated, yes, but here's what happens. The top 32 from this bracket, the winners from today will move on and play tomorrow to be a champion of this bracket, the Ladder Legends bracket, and assign some cash. But everyone who wins today, all of those 32, will also qualify for the next stage against the top-tier competitive players, which happens next week. Fake Lapo in the building. Hello. Rich, since you've been casting for a long time and speak quickly, have you ever considered rap? FLG be your first fans, I guess. This is a slightly embarrassing but true anecdote. When I was in my early 20s, I actually recorded a demo with a subsidiary of Interscope, because I was lightly in the scene. Let's put it that way. It went nowhere. It was not very good. But I got bars if I needed. And Expo comes out for Sandoval. Very interesting. Huge huge opening shot from Lucas Danger. Sandoval responds with a perfect connection by the Expo. And that's going to be Tower's dead on the right-hand side. Even if it doesn't fall here, that's a rocketable tower. So Giant often annoying for an Expo player. Not today. Sandoval chooses to take a ton of damage, load up on the right-hand side, and blast Lucas Danger's right-hand tower. Yeah, that demo does not exist. I could probably call the guy. It was like 15, 20 years ago at this point. Like 15 years ago at this point. Bye-bye to the Sparky. Big rip here for Lucas Danger. This is probably going to be it. Sandoval has to sit back, throw down some Teslas, rocket a couple of Sparkies, and hang back. Giant down for Lucas Danger. Trying to figure out how he moves on. The answer is probably you don't, son. That's the answer. Laser cannon. Please don't point that thing at me, but thanks for being here. And a nice NATO rocket. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Someone throwing a towel. Where's this cornerman? Imagine, Parzival, that would be interesting. What if you got #1, but then the next season you got beat out by someone with six at the beginning of their name, huh? Fireball in, trying to push here is Lucas Danger, but that rocket's going to go ahead and fly here from Sandoval. GG, well played. Sandoval moves on to the stage of 32 and qualifies for stage 2 as well. Wow, that's true. I just didn't want to ruin the game for everybody else. Oh, there we go. Never mind, I'm trying to hit the stats button. There we go. Stats for that one. And I don't know about that matchup data. You guys tell me. Is this one of those matchups where the data is skewed because people are bad with Icebow, but they play it a lot? What's your opinion? Is that matchup data pretty... is that accurate for how you view this matchup at a high-level competition? Can I show the upcoming matches again? Absolutely. Here we go. Coming up next, by the way, is Teabag versus Banso. Hi, I'm Rich Slaton. If you don't know me, I'm the caster, one of the casters for Clash Royale League. I also create content streaming here on Trovo and, of course, on YouTube. A lot of video content as well. So make sure you subscribe here, or you follow here, subscribe there, do all the different, press all the buttons. Press the buttons. That's what I'm telling you to do. And here you go. There's the lineup for today. Coming up next, it's going to be Teabag versus Banso. I don't believe, yeah, there we go. Teabag versus Banso. After that, Remy Eli versus Feno final form. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Zap for Giant makes it difficult. Yep, absolutely. DC the Boss, welcome. Good to see you. Real Angry Birds, welcome back. So getting ready here for our third match of the day. Remember, every single player who wins today moves on in this bracket and qualifies for stage 2. So they get a double bonus for winning today. It's a big one. And everyone who loses today, well, I guess they go home and think about their future. Stare into a mirror, look themselves in the eyes, and hope that maybe they can find some sort of solace in something else. Maybe playing some badminton, horseshoes. Giant can just play Giant Cycle without sparking you Zap to reset. Ah, interesting, Asia. Parafetti, how are you? So game number 1, Banso, top of your screen, Teabag at the bottom. I feel like Russia's having a... I feel like the former Soviet bloc. You don't want to lump the Ukrainians and everyone else in with the Russians, but you see that they're kind of teaming up, squatting up a little bit, if you will. This whole region, the North Asian region, is having a pretty big renaissance of Clash Royale as of late, with a lot of their top-tier players turning 16. That's a big one. Teabag is the best minor wall breaker player in the world, says Asia. Well, let's go take a look. This is interesting for me. He goes, I don't follow ladder that carefully, guys. I follow the competitive scene very closely, but I'm not a big ladder follower. So this, for me, is a really interesting tournament, getting to see a lot of these ladder players who I'm not as familiar with as you guys are. But we'll take a look at Teabag here against Banso, who appears in my tournaments pretty regularly. Nice little dual lane pressure here. Delivery does stop a significant connection, but does not stop them both. So Banso running a few different options here defensively, right? Triple spell. Is this giant? This isn't giant, is it? It's just a minor control deck with triple spell. Yeah, Teabag is hyper aggressive here. Has to be up against triple spell. That's a good placement of the log skeletons. Nice defense there by Banso. Gets the skellies down, uses the log, knows that the wall breakers will pass the knight. And a nice minor poison there. Predicted the bats on that one. Got it in. Here we go. Wall breakers right-hand side. Delivery should be in cycle. Decides not to go with delivery instead. The log does not stop them. A big mistake there from Banso. Yeah, Banso trying to pull off a deck that he thought maybe would be difficult for Teabag to contend with. Instead, Teabag doing a good job still holding him on, holding him down. Mr. Dirty Teamer, thanks for following. Because of your follow, and this might seem shocking to you, but it's the truth. Because of your follow, the very hungry caterpillar from that book, not hungry anymore. And now he's a beautiful butterfly. Here we go, final seconds of regulation. Sudden death overtime coming, and Banso has managed to battle back again. 865 to 1262 is the big distinction here. That's a nice pre-knight, but a fireball comes in. Will those wall breakers get close enough? One does not connect. 608 holding on the right-hand lane. That was a very nice knight from Banso. Got way ahead of Teabag on that one. This would be a big loss for Teabag to take the deck that he's known for playing and not get the win in this situation. Again, going to the safe spot is Teabag, and that's going to put him within fireball range just to play a little bit more defense here. Knight goes to the back, log to make a little bit more room here. Minor poison on the left-hand side. Can Banso, with that triple spell, beat this out? Not going to happen. Minor goes to the inside, and after going to the safe spot over and over again, Teabag does finally change things up, goes to the number 3 spot, and gets the win here in game number 1. Very, very well played by Teabag. Hyper aggressive, and got the win here in game number 1. Let's take a look at those stats. Didn't even play the bomb tower once. The ban from Banso is minor, so minor will not be available for the remainder of this, so Teabag loses his primary weapon. Loses his primary deck for sure. If you do want to sub to me on YouTube, thank you very, very much, Sam. Here is the video for Igor versus Lapo, just posted today. Igor versus Lapo, BO5. There you go in the chat, if you want to check that one out. Waiting here on game number 2 to begin. Banso taking his time with his deck choice. There you go, there's the current field, and here we go, jumping into game number 2. So the question is, what else will Teabag have up his sleeve? Lawler saying, I think Igor's in a call with Teabag, so he runs Mortar. Might be Mortar Hog. Not impossible with what we're seeing so far. Yeah, Lawler going with the same sort of thought as I had here. Up against what looks like RG potentially here. Pretty aggressive push here from Teabag. That Valk will get one swing, and it does. I did not see the King Tower activation, guys. I was looking at the chat for a second. How did that King Tower get activated? Oh, it was a fisherman pulled the hog. There you go. Duh. There you go. And RG down on the left-hand side. How will Teabag contend with this? And there you go. There's the mortar. And that Heal Spirit could be a big problem, and it is. Going to get 2 shots from the RG. I believe no, just 1, courtesy of the bats. That King Tower activation going to make a pretty significant difference on these hog hits. On average, going to reduce the hog hits by 2. And 2 hog hits is not an insignificant quantity of damage, so we'll see how much of a factor that is later in this game. Right now, Teabag, though, having trouble figuring out what to do about this RG. Mortar not going to push the RG out of range and get that target, so this might be a huge rip for Teabag in game 2. Drone, welcome to the channel. So here you go. Hunter will pop that. A little help there from the King Tower as well. Yeah, rough game 2 here for Teabag. Good deck choice from Banso in game 2. Maybe putting his opponent on Mortar Hog, saying, hey, he's a Russian. Probably going to play Mortar at some point. I banned Miner. Solid deck choice here from Banso. Alpha Moriarty, welcome. Juso, they didn't replace that. This is stage 1 of this event. This is stage 1 of the event. This chunk of it, which lasts today through tomorrow, is the Ladder Legends portion. The winners of today move on in this bracket, and we'll finish that bracket out tomorrow, but they also, winners of today, the top 32, all make it into stage 2, which starts next week, and which will include all the competitive gods. So don't you worry, Juso. This didn't replace them. This is just one portion of this event. Let's go ahead and check out the matchup from that one. And the data has it pretty even overall. Fisherman ban from Teabag. So the bans are Miner and Fisherman. So yeah, Juso, there are 32 competitive, top-tier competitive players who are waiting in the wings to face off against the winners from this next week. You'll see your favorites, don't you worry. Today, though, here's the field we're dealing with in the round of 32, or the round of 64. Top 32 will move on both in this bracket, and the top 32 will qualify for the next stage. Here we go. Game number 3, Banso, top of your screen. Teabag at the bottom. Teabag won game 1 with his signature Miner Wall Breakers deck. Banso banned the Miner. Teabag switches to Mortar Hog, and Banso absolutely murdered him in game number 2. Teabag did not have a really good answer to the Royal Giant. So we'll see who comes out on top of this one. So it is Mortar Hog again. Teabag running back the same deck one more time. Having better luck with it this time. Should have plenty of elixir to deal with this. But that Musketeer not turned towards the E is going to make things a little bit challenging. Interesting zap there from Teabag, and this is proving to be a rough out. And yeah, Teabag knows it. That whole sequence did not go the way he wanted. Valk out of cycle. And Alpha Moriarty calling it one-trick moves. Yeah, that's a big question. And that's the difference between a great ladder player and somebody who can move the competitive is, can you deepen your deck pool? We've seen Igor be able to do it. Lapa will be able to do it as they move into competitive. Yeah, my deck pool is mediocre, but it's deeper than most casual players. The qualifier who made it in, who got into the last player, was Marius. Marius got the most votes, so we'll see Marius today at some point, I believe. $866 on the right-hand side to $1874, significant advantage. And again, Teabag cycling his Valk. His best response to that graveyard, not knowing precisely, not even seen the final card, assuming it's a poison here from Banso. But cycling Valk like this, again, there's the graveyard. So So he's going to try to zap this off the best that he can and clean those up, but going to take a lot of damage here. There you go. Trying to defend a Graveyard with a Musketeer. It's like trying to fight a bear with a stick. Teabag. Going to get spell cycled out here, most likely. Banso should pick up that mortar fairly easily. And you saw him do it, guys. You saw Teabag play his signature deck and play it very, very well, but once that got banned out, the depth of deck pool maybe proving to be, excuse me on that one, maybe proving to be a bit of a challenge here for Teabag. GG, well played. Banso moves on to round 2 and flexes those emotes here just a little bit. Banso showing 3 different looks. And you might say Teabag showing 1.5 in this case. Nash, welcome. Falap, good to see you. Let's see. What are we getting on to next? So as you can see, Fireball never comes out for Teabag. Not really a great Fireball target here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall picture for the day. Here's the schedule for the day, for those of you who want to see it. And let me go ahead and throw you guys the challenge bracket one more time, which should be in here. Copy and paste. There you go. Expectation and reality of banning a one-tricks card. So coming up next is going to be Remy Eli versus Feno Final Form. Feno, of course, man, those lights get even hotter. How did those lights get turned up? Let me turn my lights on a little bit here. Bam, there we go. That's a little better lighting. There we are. What is AMG? AMG is Aftershock Media Group, Real Angry Birds. It's a company formed by CWA, your friend Ash, and Powerbang of the PUBG mobile world to help represent content creators in the mobile esports and mobile content creation world. Partner them with different groups and organizations to help grow mobile gaming and mobile content creation. So AMG, I'm with AMG. They represent me in a lot of different deals and things like that, and they create some cool opportunities for myself and my fellow content creators. A lot of your favorites in the Clash Royale space are part of the AMG family. So, yep, big thanks to Ash and Powerbang and the whole AMG team for putting this one on. A $2,000 prize pool for this event, which is really, really cool. Getting ready for our next matchup here. Feno's deck is one of the most toxic decks that exist. Feno blocked you in Twitter, Juso. What'd you say to him? Maybe that's the first question. DC the Boss asking, Rich, what software lets you create, manage, live, update these overlays? And someone else uploading these to your Streamlabs. So fun stuff here for you. The scoreboards that you see here on the side of the screen, and then the stuff that you see, the player images, things like that, the scoreboards that you see on the gameplay screen, those are all in Google Docs. Those are a very complicated Google Doc that Revel and his team have put together. Revel, Apache Moreno, their whole squad. They put together some really cool Google Docs that they update from their side, and then I screen capture them. I actually have a bunch of windows open on my computer, which is part of why it slows down on occasion, even though it's a very powerful computer. But these are window captures that are then I just put over the overlay. So there you go. That's how it goes. That's how it works. Waiting on our next game. By the way, guys, here's the whole field for the day. What social medias can I find AMG on? AMG is on Twitter. I know that for sure. Let's see. Let me get that out of here and go here. Let me go to Le Twitter, and I will give you guys here's AMG's Twitter account. There you go. AMG. Having a weird delay here in this game. Sorry, guys. Not much I can do about that. But there is the Twitter for AMG if you're looking for that chili dog to answer your question. We're waiting on our next game here. Brano, welcome. Stalks, welcome back. And guys, if you don't know, now you know. I'm one of the casters for Clash Royale League. Let me go ahead and link some fun stuff here. What the heck? Okay, so the game 1 happened and didn't show up in the feed. That's really, really weird. Sorry, guys. Game 1 of Remy and Feno Final Form did show up in the feed, or did happen, but didn't show up in the feed. So I just missed that one entirely. Feno Final Form won it 2-1. Now I'll go ahead and show you guys the matchup here. There you go. Feno won it 2-1. There's the matchup. You know, actually, I can show it to you here. There you go. And now we're going to game 2. I don't know why. There's a glitch, and it didn't actually show up. Here we go into game number 2. Sorry about that, guys. It did not show up in the feed. Sometimes it glitches out like that. It's a little annoying. Yeah, Feno runs weird decks, and that was essentially like another strange look. So in game number 1, Feno ran Royal Hogs, Balloon, Ice Wiz, Arrow, Zap, Skarmy, Inferno Dragon. I really wish we'd seen that game. I am super annoyed that it did not show up in the chat feed. And now Feno's running this giant double Prince Miner. We could have seen some weirdness out of Feno, and instead, guys, we gotta fight somebody. It's another ladder one-trick stack. Interesting. Well, game number 2 not going the same way as game 1. Or I don't know, maybe it went this way the first time. Who knows? We didn't see it. Glitch. Those of you who are just joining us, here you go. Check this out. On YouTube, Igor versus Lapo. Wallbreakers connect left-hand side, and Feno feeling the heat right now. Barbs was the ban from Remy, so that does ban Feno's favorite deck. Tea and Biscuits, Lawler, are you British? I had tea and biscuits quite often when I was living in Scotland. No shame there, sir. So we saw this same variation yesterday with the E-Drag, and the E-Drag had no bricks. And the E-Drag just went off and did its own thing. There is something about the Electro Dragon's AI that is very bad. You're from Egypt. Fair enough. Although, before the revolution in, what was it, 45? Is that the year? Was at one point closely tied to Britain? Could be getting my year completely wrong there on that one, so excuse me if my... Yeah, 45. Cool, I got it. Hey, look at that, an American who knows history. What's up? What's up, kids? You seen that before? Probably not. Feno not going to get this one back, but makes a good effort. And game number 2 goes to Emily. We are all tied up. This has been very different. Yesterday we had a lot of 2-0s to open things up. Today it's been very, very even. Back and forth battles. So I'll go ahead and throw you the stats page fast so you can see that. Oh, we didn't get to see the deck. It updated already. Feno goes meta this time and does not work out for him. The ban is Rocket from Feno Final Form. So even though we didn't see Rocket yet today, does not want to face it. Maybe Feno going Sparky here in game number 3. That's a distinctive possibility. Yeah, E-Drag is a little bit funky here in Clash Royale, you're right. So here we go. Barbarians and Rocket are the 2 bans for game number 3. Let's see what Feno comes out with. Remy's one-trick deck has Rocket in it. Oh, interesting. Again, I don't know all the ladder one-tricks, so thanks, guys, for filling me in on what different players one-trick on ladder. It's good for me to know. And Feno loves Sparky. Yes, we know that. Yash saying Feno is God. Well, don't tell God that. He might be upset. He or she, depending on how you view it. Or it. Whatever deity you worship. Unless what you worship is Feno, and then keep saying it. Please your Feno God. So Muskie for Muskie going on the left-hand side of the board. And pressure from Remy early. The high pressure does not pay off. I think that Muskie gets one. There we go. And Feno goes Sparky right-hand side. All right, so didn't want to face that deck, didn't want to face Rocket. Be careful what you wish for up against Graveyard Barb Hut. Do we have a new Feno deck? Hog to the left-hand side. Oh, boy. The filth. This one's looking dirty right now, folks. Hog gets a couple of shots. Sparky will take out that bar, but will not get on tower. And Feno has plenty of elixir for the left-hand side. So, guys, you wanted to see Feno go Feno? He's going full Feno. In the final form, RG in front. You had to expect it coming. And now just loaded up here on the left-hand side. Arrow Zap clears off the Smelly Dragons. RG doing a lot of work here. And that's a big advantage for Feno going into the final minute here. Double elixir time. And Remy just has to be looking at this going, man, come on. Come on, man. I thought the Barb's ban was brilliant. Rich, I guess you support the Sparky over GY Barb Hut? This deck, look, Feno's deck is weird. And against this GY Barb Hut deck, I'll support a lot of things right now. But I like seeing some. You're not going to see this again, most likely today. You will not see RG Hog Sparky with Valk today, most likely. And Valk down nicely to take care of that defense. Poison in, but not going to do enough here for Remy Eli. And ahead by one elixir with a half-health Valk on the board. RG comes down for Feno. Barb Hut is going to make those last few shots pretty difficult here for Feno final form. And there you go. Sparky's up to play defense. You want to get something in front of all this. Might arrow zap here again, and he does. Just to get those Smellies out of the way. Let's see if he hogs in front of this one. Decides not to support this Sparky, just cycle up for defense one more time. But Musketeer going to sit in the poison. And again, this Barb Hut going to making that last chunk of damage fairly difficult. Ellie does have a chance here. This is not easy. But if he can play defense here and create a good counter push, he can get one decent GY in. We'll see. GY in maybe a half step early. Will Poison come down for the bats? Poison comes down a little bit late there. Gets 4 of 5. And some damage on the Sparky. Musketeer trying to make a little bit more room here. That Muskie does get the Sparky all the way off the board. Final minute triple elixir. This is where Remy Eli can take it. That's the one problem with this Feno deck, is breaking through can be difficult at the end. Not going to win a spell cycle battle, most likely. Poison goes directly on tower. Valk and Sparky trying to play defense. Smelly's high. Healthy Muskie behind it as well. Feno in a lot of trouble here. Final 30 seconds, and while he is in the lead, it feels like the momentum beginning to shift toward Remy. Needs to get one more good defense and create a counter push here. Can he do it? 17 seconds left. Feno leaking a bit here, trying to just take a look and see what the heck do I want to do. This Hog, if it gets a hit, that's going to be game over. And Hog will get a hit. That is going to be GG here. That Graveyard not going to do enough. Feno does finish the tower, but Remy made it interesting there at the end. GG, well played. One of the most ridiculous deck builders in ladder. Changes out his one card, gets the Barb's ban, says, you know what, who needs Barbs when you have a Valkyrie? And might have actually been better, honestly, in this matchup. That Valk might have been a better choice in this matchup than the Barbs. Barbs died to the poison, cost one more elixir. That might have actually been beneficial. And here we go. Ooh, boy, next up, the player who qualified in the free spot due to fan voting on Twitter today, Marius, up against the Ukrainian young rising star Legalis in our next matchup. This is going to be an interesting one. Very excited to see this one. Here we go. And let me go ahead and throw you guys the link to the challenge bracket one more time. Boom, there's the bracket in chat if you want to check it out. Legalis was brilliant yesterday in his match against Faust. Dominated the German at a quick 2-0 sweep. We'll see how he fares against the open-voted player, Marius. Solid fireball there from Marius. First blood drawn by the open qualified player. An immediate RG opposite lane. Aggressive push for Marius away from the Barb Hut side. RG, of course, still goes to the Barb Hut and not going to get damage on tower. Does at least chip away at that Barb Hut fairly significantly. Does still put him behind on about a half an elixir. I know they're pretty much even now. But of course, there will be some barbs popping on the bridge here in just a moment. Minute 45 left in regulation. Swimmer, dial it in, bud. Because I believe, Yash, that... Oh, it depends. My guess is that some combination of those guys are in the other side of the bracket. Remember, just as a reminder of the format here, today is the round of 64 of the Ladder Legends side of the bracket. Began with, I think, 96 players down to 64. Today we'll be left with 32. Those 32 will both move on in this bracket and have a chance to win a few $100 tomorrow on this side of the bracket. And also, even if they lose tomorrow in the first round, all the 32 who win today will move on to stage 2 of this event, where they will face off against 32 top competitive players starting next week. This is a 2-week event, guys. So I guess people like Lapo, Igor, Samuel, and Moogie. I don't know, I can't speak for Moogie, but my guess is if Lapos, Igor, and Samuel are in, they're going to be on that side of the bracket. RG Heal Spirit left-hand side, high Barb Hut with the Baby Dragon to defend for Legalis. Marius acquitting himself well so far in this matchup, but behind a little on Elixir, about to get pushed. Graveyard on the right-hand side, Hunter high to set the line. Heal Spirit to play some defense. Well defended by Marius, but spending a lot of Elixir on this defense. So ends up behind by quite a bit. And this is where Legalis can start to punish him a bit. Getting ahead on Elixir, healthy Baby Dragon on the board, and that Fisherman not going to do much with that hook and the fish. It looks like the momentum beginning to sweep towards the Ukrainian. RG left-hand lane, the low Barb Hut could cost Legalis. We will see a brilliant placement on that delivery. But was it enough? 870 left-hand side. Here we go. Graveyard coming in on the right-hand side. Most likely behind this Baby Dragon. There you go. Graveyard down. Skelly's trying to distract a little bit here. Bats high as well. Well defended again by Marius. Final minute 15 coming. Legalis putting damage in both lanes. Cannot afford another big Royal Giant connection on that left-hand side, though. So can't be throwing that Barb Hut low again. And decides to push into the same lane rather than the opposite lane this time. I'm going to get some decent poison value here. Heal Spirit does keep the Fisherman on a little bit longer. And with that, Legalis takes the lead, has plenty for the Barb Hut. Should go Barb Hut pretty high here, and does not protect the Fisherman, protect the Musketeer. Does not matter, though. Enough DPS to stop that Royal Giant from connecting. And now loading up. Fireball log for Marius, final 30 seconds. Marius needs to get some good defense here, but that Baby Dragon distracted by the bats. And there you have it. Tower going to be down. Legalis, with a great come-from-behind win, takes game number 1 over the open qualifier. That was a much closer game than you might have thought, folks. Well done by the Frenchman, but in the end, Legalis able to hold on and get it done. Let's take a look at the stats courtesy of Royale API, and Marius did pretty darn well. Didn't have a great answer for the graveyard. Defended it pretty solidly, but the problem was every graveyard defense cost more and put him a little bit behind on Elixir. So the ban is going to be minor from Marius. Here we go. Knows what he's up against. Let's go to game number 2 here. Legalis with the advantage. So let's see if Legalis chooses to go something a little more faster cycle in game number 2. Puskar, I'm doing well, man. Hope you're doing well as well. I used the word well many times in that sentence. Demon Kira, thanks for joining. Kai, Vilk, or Vilik, how are you? The Blue Zap, what's happening? Might be going GY. I don't know about Legalis as a 2.6 player. So it looks like it might be another the same look here for Legalis. And Marius loading up here at the bridge, looking like Royal Hogs. And Legalis has a pretty healthy counter push coming. And I like that GY placed there. Going to trap those skeleton dragons deep in their own territory and get some decent damage out of it as well. I'm not the one controlling the overlay stalks, and Miner is on there. But I am not in control of this overlay. It is someone somewhere else in control of the overlays. Delivery not going to matter with that heal spirit. That's a ton of damage on both lanes. Legalis in a lot of trouble here. And Legalis has to figure out the math on that one. Maybe go Skelly's high to stop the heal spirit from helping next time. If you're just joining us, welcome. Go ahead and throw me a follow. I'm Rich Slaton, caster for Clash Royale League, and also here for the AMG Cup, bringing regular competitive content to Trovo every single week, and also chances for you to play. So follow me here and make sure you never miss a moment. Rich Slaton, who is your favorite ladder player, asks Yash. I don't follow ladder as carefully. I follow competitive way more than ladder because that's my job, is the competitive scene. So I couldn't really say I have a favorite ladder player. You know, all my favorites are the competitive guys. Like, for me, when I see a CRL player do really great on ladder, that's when I get excited. I'm like, hey, like when OP Sam won ladder before this last CRL season, I was really excited for that. And that's also because I personally know those CRL players. You know, I see them when we are actually in studio. I've gotten to know a lot of them. You know, had some travels, some meals. Playing defense here against the graveyard. Legalis starting to put some pressure on. Poison will get the skeleton dragons out. And doing a good job of just keeping that Mega Knight from engaging on the offensive side at all. Good timing on the barb hut here from Legalis. See if he goes delivery on these piggies on the left-hand side, or chooses to hold off. Doesn't need it. That Musketeer might sneak through for a shot, though. That's a huge pair of shots for Marius on the left-hand side. In a really good spot, 451. If Marius can defend this graveyard push, has a very good chance of taking this game. But it all comes down to essentially this next sequence on the right-hand side. And the poison might mean it's GG. Musketeer connects, and that's going to be it. Legalis breaks on through and goes 2-0 against Marius. But I got to say right now, the Frenchman was impressive. Marius needs to just tighten up a couple of things here, but did play pretty well, all things considered, who he was up against and the situations he was in. Legalis is fantastic, though. Excellent. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, she was my favorite CRL West player. I don't know. That's hard to say. I like a lot of them. Recast Live. Welcome, welcome. Nug, good to see you. Recast live? That sounds suspicious. Let me tell you, when I see that name, that does seem suspicious, like you're recasting this somewhere. Next up is Bad Bunny versus Eternity. We're getting confirmation that they're both ready. Puskar, I have answered your question. I am doing well. I hope you are doing well. You tend to ask that question often. And here we go, taking a look at what's coming up. Eternity's asking for 1 minute. Hi, guys, I'm Rich Slaton, and every time I come back to this, looks like my lights are brighter somehow. That's really weird. Let's turn my lights down a little bit more again. Every time I come back to my main stream, my lights seem brighter again. There we go. Recast of the team of Legalis. Got it. Got it. There you go. Good to know. I did feel like there was someone like recasting my cast. That's what it felt like. So here we go. Coming up next, Bad Bunny versus Eternity. Eternity asking for a minute to do his decks. Probably should have done that before we got here, but, you know, that's just me. Tobeezy, how are you? Solid name there. Justin from COD Mobile. Dartman. Tupacalypse. Solid name, sir. Solid name, I do tell you. Rich, you want Mugen to join CRL West Fall Season 2020? Yes, but he's joining CRL East for the Fall Season 2020. So, you know, he can't really join CRL West since he's playing in CRL East. It's kind of a thing there. But, you know, good luck to him in CRL East. It'll be pretty cool to see him play in CRL finally. That'll be dope. So excited to see what happens there. Coming up next, Bad Bunny Eternity. You can see over on this side of the screen what's coming up next. We go approximately in that order, depending on if players do show up on time for their spots or not. So assuming they do show up, that's where we'll be. And, of course, here's the overall field for today. Some of these players already have moved on. Some have been eliminated. He Who Never Sleeps, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Because of your follow, and I know you might not believe me, but this is absolutely true. Because of your follow, someone in Milwaukee just invented a new kind of hamburger that no one's ever had before, but everyone will love. Thank you very much for your support for both me and hamburgers. Rich, who's the best American player in the game right now, in your opinion? That would be the God RF.
Let's go.
You don't have to think about that one. The God RF is having one of the best years anyone's had in Clash Royale. It's going to be hard for anyone to have a better year than Surgical Goblin had in 2017. But I think that when you talk about comparing those two years, if RF can continue the level he's playing at this season, his 2020 could end up being the best season that anyone's had in Clash Royale. It really could be. So we'll see how RF continues to add to those. Pumpo. Look, I got to say, I'm excited to see Pumpo. I used to be a Pumpo player. Hey, So Pro Bro. Guys, So Pro Bro. If you don't know who he is yet, a phenomenal 2.6 player. I had no idea who he was. Have to be honest. And then So Pro Bro came to my channel when I was doing a challenge for the 20-win challenge, giving away people $10 if they completed it on stream. And then So Pro Bro came out with perfect 20-0 on stream for the 20-win challenge. There's a link on YouTube. Check out So Pro Bro's great 20-win challenge performance on YouTube. Linked there in the chat. And anybody who knows how to play 2.6 will look at that and go, oh my gosh, he crushed it. So it's not just that he got 20 wins with 2.6. He played hard matchups, played them brilliantly. So go ahead and check that out. And this Pumpo deck putting some hurt right now on Bad Bunny. Trying to pick up the Expo at the bridge, but struggling here. And another connection for Eternity. That's going to be Tower on the left-hand side. Of course, has to go log Snowball. So I ran this deck primarily before the Snowball nerf. The Snowball nerf made this a harder deck. Now I ran the Barbs version instead of the Knight version. But Pumpo is one of the fun sort of off-center versions of Expo to play. Going to go ahead and take care of that with the log pretty easily. While they're calling Bag Bunny, same Bag Bunny's a log bait main, so yeah, Pumpo's a good call. When Snowball fully countered Goblin Barrel, this was an even nastier match. It doesn't fully counter it anymore. But it used to be. I don't know if God RF is in the competitive player side of the AMG Cup, but I'd hope that he is. He should be if he's not. There you go. There's the matchup, and ugh, Rough one there for Bad Bunny. Legalis just requested some skeleton dragons in the chat, so I went ahead and gave them to him. Tornado, the band from Bad Bunny. Yash, I am not sure if he is, but I'd hope that he is. Puskar, the start of CRL East is August 15th. August 15th, guys. Jade Wan, how are you? Welcome for joining. Esurk, good to see you. Jessa, welcome, welcome. This is day 2 of our first stage of the AMG Cup. Here are the players who are currently in competition. Of course, some of them already limited. The top 32. The winners for today will move on both in this bracket, and all 32 will also qualify for Stage 2 against the competitive players, the CRL players, which starts next week. You never heard of Pump Bow on Hadia? Yeah, I mained Pump Bow for a few seasons. I mained the Pump Bow Barbs version, but I mained Pump Bow for a few seasons. My previous personal best before I set my newer one was with Pump Bow. Here we go, game number 2. Eternity up 1 here against Bad Bunny. And Bad Bunny going bait one more time. Juso, that's just a statement or a question? Not really sure what's going on there. Oh, am I a caster in no-till? I'm not sure. I might be casting some of it. Waiting to hear back. And Bad Bunny just going, hey, I'm going to keep on playing bait. And Eternity says, cool, I have a golem. Log doesn't quite get the Princess, but Goblin Brawler cleans that up. And that Heal Spirit making such a big difference there in the bridge battle. And that's going to get all the way through to tower. Won't be a ton of damage, but will be significant. So currently Bad Bunny with the lead. But being forced to still push into the side that Eternity is also pushing, so that's obvious for Eternity. Golem player, go ahead and push into the side that his opponent wants. And the high E-Wiz here. Carnage, how are you? Welcome, thank you for the follow. Because of your follow. A dilapidated roller rink in rural Wisconsin was just refurbished and is hosting new community nights that are bringing the entire city together. Congratulations, Carnage, for supporting both the stream and roller skating with families. Eternity Golem was up again on the far, far outside. Yeah, Golem with Log, says Lawler. You don't really see Log and Golem decks, but just kind of going, hey, Bad Bunny's going to run bait again. Let's go for it. And the lightning comes in. Log cleans up that Goblin Barrel. Second Tesla down, but starting to pile on behind is Eternity. Maybe smelling blood in the water here. E-Wiz comes on through. A little extra damage on the tower, and now still keeping the pressure on is Eternity. Baby Dragon at the bridge. Goblin Barrel opposite lane. Bad Bunny still in the lead for the moment, and that Log not back in cycle. So not insignificant damage here, and oh my word, Bad Bunny just won it. That is crazy. Bad Bunny just won it, throwing out the dance there. GG, well played. Eternity has to be kicking himself right now. Eternity has to be so frustrated with the way that one went at the end. Seemed like he had it locked up, but Bad Bunny did a good job keeping it tight the entire way through. And there you have it. Kind of hard to read the matchup data. Obviously, it's only a 6 of 8 card matchup, meaning not precise. By the way, for those of you wondering what's up next, it's going to be Unice versus Gerardo in our next matchup. Just keep an eye out for that one coming up next. By the way, if you do want to follow along with the bracket, here you go. There's the link in chat. Waiting on a ban from Eternity, who has to be frustrated there. So far qualified for the round of 32, Bansito and Dark Angel, who will face each other in the round of 32. So they are through to stage 2 and through to the round of 32. Those are two separate things, just for those of you guys who don't know. Sandoval has already qualified as well on the other end of the bracket. We'll face the winner of Dima versus Pompeo. Still waiting for the ban on this one. What is happening here? There we go. Eternity banning Princess. So probably a smart ban here, given who he's up against. So the bans are Tornado and Princess. Here comes game number 3 of this best of 3. And guys, by the way, if you're new to my channel, there is no tournament today, so ignore the graphic saying today. But I hold regular $100 and $50 open tournaments here on the channel. So if you haven't yet, throw a follow. You can also follow me on Twitter and on Discord for more information on those. But multiple times a week, $100 and $50 open tournaments. Not today, so ignore that part of the graphic. But you'll be having that today. Getting into, not today, we're having those in the future, though. Of course, hi. Welcome here. The scores we've seen so far over on, there you go, over on this side of the bracket. It's all confusing sometimes, right? I have to like point the opposite direction of where the thing is on screen. Bad Bunny asking for a minute here to figure out his decks for game number 3. This stream gives you good laughter, raging from ladder. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I know the feeling. Banning Princess is like taking away Bad Bunny's daughter. I'm with you on that one. Doce, Doka, D-O-C-E. Hey, welcome to the channel, man. Discord link, please. Yes, here's the Discord. I'll go ahead and throw the link to my Discord channel here in the chat. It's also in the description of my channel, if you look at that. But here you go. Here's the Discord link. Throwing that in. Here you go. And we're about to jump into our next game. All the bottom players won today. Yep. Patrick, he could just run the same with Dark Goblin for Princess. Maybe. Is it as effective, though? Which drove out a pop-out mode like multitasking while watching. Oh, pop-out. Oh, you mean like on, because you're watching on your mobile device. Ah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I usually watch streams on my computer or something like that. But do you? Here we go. Jumping into game number 3 of this matchup. Winner moves on. Loser goes home. It's been a good event so far today. Had a few fun matchups. And another, looks like it might be another version of bait here. Shocker, shocker. Yeah, I think it has pop-out mode on my phone. Are you using the app SoPro, bro? Or are you watching it in browser? So Bad Bunny going with a Archer's version. And this feels like a big rip here. Yeah, we're seeing some one tricking today, that's for sure. How many of you have ever seen an Archer's version of of bait? This is weird. Oh, you're using browser and have pop-out mode. Interesting, Patrick. And there goes the miner. Here comes the Heal Spirit, and there goes Bad Bunny's hopes of moving on to this event. GG, well played. And he knows it's over. Throws out the CRL #1 emote. I guess that's more aspirational than anything else. Anything else. And that's a shellacking. A shamacking. A cracking. Eternity. Just goes, hey man, if you're going to keep on playing Goblin Barrel, I'm going to ruin it all. And there you have it. Didn't take much. Bad Bunny maybe being a little bad with the deck choices here. Takes an easy 3 crown for Eternity. So Eternity now qualifies both for the round of 32 and for stage 2 of the AMG Cup, where he will go on to face against the competitive players on the other side. Coming up next, Unice and Gerardo.
Yeah.
That yeah was perfectly timed in the chat. Had Ewiz for that as a third spell, yeah. No, that was going to be bad for Bad Bunny no matter how it went down. And it went down pretty heavy against him. Villic, good to see you. Frijomita, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Frijomita, thank you. Because of your follow. I know you're not going to believe me right now. But because of your follow. Sheila Journeyman, who used to have a singing career as a young woman, has now, after years of working in an office, reinvigorated her singing career and is cutting her first album in over 30 years. So thank you for helping her get back to the arts. Sheila Journeyman, supported by Frijomita, and my stream, supported by him as well. Unice against Luis Aguilar. Unice does have some competitive experience. You've seen him a bunch in some of the smaller competitive events. Up against GY in this case, with a very popular minor skelly barrel, or minor giant skeleton balloon deck. That combination of the Fisherman and the giant skeleton does work out pretty nicely. Unice personal best, 8,050. I first saw him myself in CCS, where he played with LA Gaming, making it to the CCS finals. Of course, has played competitively for a while, representing his home country of Turkey in both the World Royale League and the No Tilt Worlds. Right now, though, in a heap of trouble against his graveyard deck. Unice is still with LA Gaming in the No Tilt League, where this last season they took 6th overall. So a very experienced Turkish player here. Grandpa Ivy just joined. Hey, Grandpa Ivy, good to see you. Cactus, Chineski. How's everyone? McSweet, good to see you. Grandpa Ivy, always good to see you around, buddy. Unice in a bit of trouble. And we'll see if he can pull a little bit more in close. And the giant skeleton can help a little bit, but not a lot. Unice goes minor loon into the right-hand lane. That balloon will be easily controlled. Kind of a rough matchup here for Unice, and we're seeing him have a lot of trouble getting to the second level. What does weekly rank in top of the chat do? I actually don't know, McSweet, but Lady Royale is the top-ranked player of whatever that means. I don't know how it works. I don't know what it does. But it's there, and Lady Royale currently the #1. And this is going to be pretty close to finished here for Luis Aguilar. And again, just no real clear path to the tower for Unice. Real rough matchup all the way around. Pretty easy to control. And Luis Aguilar will be back to poison here in a second. Goes ahead and NATOs. GG, well played. We've seen a bit of the RG today, not a ton. Hey, Hellfire, thanks for joining. Not Eyes, not Is, by the way. Good to see you. Here we go, checking out the stats view, powered by Royale API. Unice banning GY. So Graveyard not available for the potential 2 more matches of this one. Street Junaid, how are ya? And let's go. Game number 2, wasting no time. So Graveyard is the ban. They'll take a minute to fly that one up onto the graphics, guys. I'm not in charge of the graphics. Someone else is managing them at a different site. There you go. The Graveyard does pop up. Hey, so pop out works with browser. Good to know, so pro, bro. So Unice probably going Loon again. And Gerardo with an Inferno Dragon and Ewiz. Ram Rider. Oh, boy. Oh, this might be Giant Miner instead. That's better. That's a better situation. Hey, Sam. Yeah, see you soon, buddy. So it is Giant Miner. Hey, Future Nade, thanks for the follow. Due to your follow. I know you might not believe it, but it's absolutely true. Due to your follow, a young man in Bulgaria just found his missing cat, and they are currently cuddling. Congratulations for helping find that missing cat. And Unice probably going to go out 2-0 here, it looks like. People giving advice to Cassim in the chat here. Yafet Mora, thanks for joining. And Gerardo, as we enter the final minute, Ram Riders to that left-hand lane. Not going to get a shot, though, I don't believe. So now a pretty healthy push going to the right, but the Fisherman does not go and support the Giant. So now, loading up on the left-hand side is Unice. Luis Aguilar in control. So we'll see, and the Mega Knight leap does not quite get there. Fisherman pulls it away from the mid-air. Hunter on the Ram Rider. Log trying to help. Does she connect? She does not, but the Bandit Dash gets in, and that's going to be GG. Unice nearly had a good chance here. Unice had a look, but in the end, it wasn't enough. Miner goes to the front. Knight was trying to get through. Fireball to try to predict something on there. Not going to do it, and that's it, folks. Luis Aguilar takes out Unice. A rough one there for the Turkish player. Luis Aguilar moves on to the round of 32 and to stage 2 of the AMG Cup. And Unice a little bit frustrated there with the situation, but it is what it is, as they say. Bruzani, welcome to join. Crafter Kane. Hey, Crafter Kane. Good to see you, bud. Thanks for joining and following. Because of your follow, Expo is now uncounterable. Congratulations, Crafter. Everyone else hates that, right? But that one's just for Crafter. Here, Ace Atuno. Thanks for joining. Yeah, Unice did get bopped. That's absolutely true. Coming up next should be Viper versus Helsinki. And I believe that Helsinki is the alternative name of Raken. There we go. I was correct. Tim just joined. Tim, were your ears burning? Because people have been talking about you in the chat. Here we go. Jumping on to game number 1 of Viper versus Raken. Raken playing against the name under the name Helsinki. Welcome back, Hellfire. So Viper cycling a lot to open up. Same thing for his opponent. Let's go find Viper. Give you some info here, if you don't already know. Personal best, so that's no joke, 8.7K. Personal best for the Frenchman. Has placed top 4 in the global tournament 3 times, including a number 2 finish. He's been playing with LA Gaming, all of the European competitions. Puskar, stage 2 is next week. So Viper running RG. Helsinki going with Royal Hogs. Helsinki, a.k.a. Ruskar. 8.7K. That's nasty. That's nasty, fellas. Let me tell you. That's frightening, at the very least. Someone just DM'd me on Twitter to ask if they can play in this event. I am amused. Let's call it that. Pig split here for Rockstar, but RG opposite direction. Fireball log. And the Hunter make this interesting defensively for Viper. That RG getting about 5 million shots, and that might be the game right there. Shaq, how are you? Rich, you know some Indian pro players? Yeah, Prashant PP, who played for Energy in CRL Season 1. There are a lot of Indian players who do show up in my events. Tower down, but now loading up is Viper in the opposite direction. But a nice fireball log to stop that from doing anything more. Hunter should be enough with this Fisherman support, and that's to be a GG. Viper absolutely dominant in game number 1. Barely sniffed some damage on his side. Yeah, 8-bit smoke, he's good, that's for sure. So there you go, game number 1 going to Viper. A dominant performance. There's a look overall at the field, in case you haven't seen it yet. A lot of fun players on this list we'll be seeing later today. Skull praying for Hogexy game 2. And look at this. Rockstar banning Executioner for game 2. So those of you looking to see Hogexy, not going to happen. Rockstar saying no to the Executioner. Let me try to reload this page here, see if it gives us the stats updated. It does not. So stats taking a little time here on that one. Those are not the stats from this game. I am fully aware. They might get here eventually. For now, here's a look at the overall field one more time. Here we go, game number 2. Executioner, the ban by Raken. Keeping Viper from playing Hogexy. And Lava. Okay, an immediate giant Night Witch push the opposite lane right into the barbs. Does he have Fireball here? Heal Spirit comes behind. Night Witch in support, not going to get much. And that push dies on the Vine, and a completely healthy Lava Hound goes the opposite direction. Going to be interesting here for Viper. Miner's going to go behind that one, and there you go. This is a nice push here for Rockstar. Going to be a whole lot of damage. That balloon going to force out the Fireball. Those barbs got a pile of value. Good point there, Obsidian. Or no, who said that? No, P said that. Yep, those barbs got huge value. Eternity, good to see you. Mixa! What's up, Eternity? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Because of your follow, a leaf gets to hang on to its tree just a little bit longer this fall. And now let's see if Viper has a little better cycle for this one. He doesn't. You understand why he feels like he has to do that, but the exact same interaction sequence a second time. Here's going to go. Helsinki decides to, oh, interesting. He's going to go Miner on top of this. Decides to go with the balloon into that same side. Fireball forced out, and it really feels like Rockstar's got Viper over a barrel right now. Yeah, he's saving it for defense here, but getting no offense out of it. That's somebody has to make a decision about a tower trade, I feel like. Trying to go fish, go boom right behind the Giant this time. Will it work? The barbs wait and go high. Nicely chosen by Rockstar, although he's going to lose his tower here. This time it works. We do have a tower trade. Or maybe not. Viper doubling down on this push. Ruskar in a lot of trouble here. Trying to make sure he gets that tower down on the far side. Might not do it, though. Has to cycle back to one more set of arrows or something. Get a miner on the tower. And oh my word, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Let's get some hype in the chat for what Viper just did in that one. Are you kidding me? What a performance there at the end by Viper. Wow. Absolute wow. And there you have it. Ruskar goes out quick. A 2-0 says bye-bye. Viper just put the hurt on. Those arrows, you understand why he arrowed on that side, but you got to think those arrows on defense might have been more valuable. Unbelievable. Let's see if I can bring up that replay really quick here. I'll put it on quadruple speed. We can go ahead and look at the end of that as they get the next game going. And we'll look at that final sequence one more time as they get ready for our next match. And this opening is just perfect from Ruskar. From Raken, I mean. I don't want to skip saying Ruskar, it's Raken. My brain was, oh no, because it is, wait, it was Raken, right? Why was I saying Ruskar the whole time? My brain was broken. This whole front end of this thing is brilliant. Raken just crushing it. Playing it well, he's a good lava player. But this is that end. And I kind of went past it too quickly. There was an arrows before that, I feel like. Mine are not available. Hey, Inferno, thanks for the follow. And here we go. Let's jump into our next game, Thaddeus versus the Juicy One. Thaddeus versus the Juicy One. Here we go. Want to see that replay real quick? What a wow that was. Giant Skeleton sets up in the back for Juicy. The Juicy One has had the easiest tournament so far as he didn't have to play his round yesterday because of his opponent not showing up. SC Inferno, thanks for the follow. Due to your follow, a man who has a hot chicken truck. Just made his hot chicken a little bit hotter. Oh boy. Bye-bye to your 3M. The Juicy One way ahead. And look at that miner. Gets way ahead of that hunter. Will the hunter turn back towards the guards? Does not get a connection. But the Juicy One just working Thaddeus right now in the opening moments. Thaddeus goes all three Musketeers. Or goes the three Musketeers. NATO's into one side. Juicy One says, hey, guess what? I'm going to NATO those over. Throw you a giant skeleton. Say bye-bye to those girls. And then that miner was nice. Almost that push almost worked out perfect. Royal Hogs in. Not going to pull him back. No need to. Doesn't want to waste the tornado at this stage. Going to pull all those over this time, though. Don't know if the zap was necessary, but still ahead on Elixir is the Juicy One as we go into the final 45 seconds of regulation. Miner to go into the front here. One tile off in his placement is the Juicy One, so took some shots from that activated King Tower. And the guards splitting here to pull the Dark Prince and add a little bit more defensive utility. And those 3Mers going to keep on getting NATO'd over to the side every single time. This is going to be a ton. Do they step up into that bomb? One survives. The Juicy ahead a little bit on Elixir, but falling behind a little bit on damage right now. With a hefty balloon push to the right-hand lane. And again, Miner goes right to the Hunter, and that's a nice sequence there. Hunter completely out. Will the balloon connect? I believe it will. Kaboom! Balloon gets one big-time shot. Death damage in as well, down to 420 on the right-hand lane. The Juicy One in a commanding lead with 90 seconds left. And this is feeling like the end, folks. Feeling like the end. Balloon comes in. Might even NATO all those up and in. We'll see. Fireball on defense, and he does NATO those up and in. Do they walk on past? 44 HP. GG. Well played. Zap will finish it. The Juicy One just murdered that matchup. And there you go. Wins game number 1. Dark Enchilada, how are you? The Noob, welcome. Zach, good to see you. So Pro Bro, welcome back. Maro, how are you? And yeah, that was domination there. Look at those matchup numbers. That's a very small sample size. What do you guys think about that matchup? That's an interesting one. Those numbers make it way for Thaddeus, but how the heck is he supposed to use 3M in that matchup? That's what I'm curious about. Thaddeus banning Fisherman in game number 2. So here we go. Next game. Luca Dollar, welcome. Tavi, welcome as well. Yeah, try to snipe Juicy playing lava, but Juicy being smarter than that. I don't think Juicy goes lava here. I'd be surprised. This could be GY Barb Hut. How is that a fat matchup for Thaddeus, though, with the NATO Giant Skeleton combination to ruin the Musketeers every time? That's my thought on that. I mean, Juicy played that right up and down. So Juicy going Minor Loon, but going with the Hunter variation rather than the Musketeer variation. Recently had a former CRL Asia Pro SB on the channel, running Minor Musk Loon with Bomb Tower and absolutely destroying GY Barb Hut. I'll go ahead and throw that in the chat right now. There's a link to that one. Very bold play from Juicy, though, to sacrifice the King Tower activation in that first matchup. I don't think you're that worried about it. Rather just not worry about those Musketeers at all than deal with them and have a little extra damage in my opinion. I think Juicy played that one right as how you should. So the Juicy One with 1 game advantage. Yeah, 2 different Giant Skelly Loon decks. Very popular these days. And often this runs Fisherman. The Fisherman is currently banned. Miner picked up by the Knight on the back. Balloon should get death damage here. Gets a connection. Oh my word. Somehow that Balloon sneaks through for a connection on the left-hand side. Juicy spending a lot on defense on that left-hand graveyard push. Coming out fine with it, slightly behind. Thaddeus in the lead as we go into the final 20 seconds of regulation time. Sets up again to the left-hand lane. Barb Hut, though, putting pressure on the right. Lost Scouts, welcome. GYN on the right-hand lane one more time. And the Poison 2. This is going to be a lot of damage here. Thaddeus putting some serious hurt on Juicy. And those barbs might get through too. Has to play the Giant Skeleton in front. You know, Juicy One didn't want to do that, but had to. 8:51 remains on the right-hand side, minute 45 left. Knight out of cycle, so that miner gets uncontested on the back end. And this balloon might sneak through for a shot here. Does not get one by a hair. Death damage in. And this is going to be a lot on the right-hand side for Juicy One to handle. I don't know if he can. Bats come down outside of the poison. Can they help? Oh, my lord. That's going to be it. Tower down. Thaddeus gets revenge in game 2. We're going to a game 3. Korkota and Lipon, thanks for joining. Asian OP sub, welcome back. Guys, by the way, if you do subscribe to my channel, that's how you get my friend link. If you want to watch someone play around 6K, my friend link is for subs only. There are other sub advantages, including control of my colored light, which I don't have right now because I'm in Montana. But once I'm home, I'll have it back in the situation again. The Juicy One banning Barb Hut for this one. So Barb Hut out. I like that ban. Gets rid of both GY Barb Hut and some Ram Rider decks. Joe, go ahead and DM me on Twitter. I'll give you the friend link. Yeah, Zach, I've been meaning to remove you for a very long time. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. I've been meaning to get you out of there for quite a while. Yeah, Joe, just go ahead and DM me, man. And I'll give you the friend link. Here we go, game number 3, Juicy and Thaddeus. Zach, every single time that someone's spectating me, there's even that period where you said you weren't the one spectating me and I knew you were. And another giant skeleton deck for the Juicy One. Fascinating. RG giant skeleton. So Juicy One is now a giant skeleton one-trick, guys. Good to know. And that RG gets burned down by the Inferno Tower. Zach, I got the receipts. Miner into the right-hand side. Thaddeus waits for the hover on this one. And Fireball Zap, very aggressive from the Juicy One here. Very, very aggressive play from the Juicy One. And this might be trouble for him. Down by 2.5 elixir, now down by 1.5. And Thaddeus just chooses to cycle his delivery in the back. So is this minor control triple spell from Thaddeus? It could be a weird, yeah, it's minor control triple spell, all right. Interesting choice here from both sides. RG Giant Skeleton from the Juicy One. And the miner does not get there in time. But a Zap does get the reset. Nice reset from the Juicy One. Giant Miner GS. And just like that, the American takes the lead just slightly over his opponent. And you see the idea of that miner there, but with the Princess Tower already targeting the Knight, doesn't quite work out. And that'd be a nice setup counter push for the Juicy One. Puts his Inferno Dragon down now. Yeah, like I was saying, weird decks today, but fun decks. RG in. I don't remember if Zap is in cycle. Yep, there it is. Zap is back. But the DPS on that RG just stop it if you're doing anything more. Nice giant skeleton here from the Juicy One to set the line up high. Does he get to deal with this miner, though? Poison should come in here again, and it does. This miner control triple spell deck from Thaddeus. Given a world of hurt to the Juicy One. Nasty, how are you? Peacemaker, welcome back. Let's see if there's any way for the Juicy to break into the next level here. Gonna go Miner and Zap one more time for the reset. Unice goes the opposite direction. RG, though, just not able to stay alive long enough. This time, Juicy, though, is slightly ahead on Elixir, but does not have any way to pick up that Miner. So Miner's getting free damage every single time, and so will the Royal Recruit. The triple spell takes it. The Juicy One. Absolute domination in game 1 and excellent adjustments by Thaddeus. in games 2 and 3. There you have it. Interesting decks all around today, folks. That's for sure. That was very well played by Thaddeus. Next up, Serge TS versus Toron. Not Lapo, welcome back. Yash, welcome back. Baton, good to see you. So here we go, coming up next. A big one. Serge TS against Toron, and oh, they said hold on a second, but game started. Serge TS, of course, as you can see, with Pain Gaming out of Brazil. Been with Pain for most of his CRL career, except for one non-season with Team Liquid. 805 Joe, welcome back. Hellfire, you'll get one, just not today. Yeah, Hunter Rogers, I know. Felt like he had a good shot there. Not able to hold on. So looking like Ram Rider for Serge TS. You don't see guards a lot these days, guys. But Toron running guards. Nope, it's not Ram Rider, it's Royal Hawks. Silly me. King Tower activation, but at this stage, what's it worth? So this is Toron's ladder deck. Is this the one that we just saw Juicy run, or did someone else, or who just ran this? I know someone else just ran this a minute ago. And that Magic Archer just shredding those guards. Does not get much in the way of tower damage here, but the Heal Spirit will help. I believe the Mega Knight should be able to get away. Will it get a leap off? And does not get the leap off, but the Bandit connects 784 left-hand side. Juicy Reyna, okay. .607 on the left-hand side. And Miner in. Serge TS currently in a commanding lead at this stage. Really, Toron's found no way through. Not Lapo saying in double elixir, Toron can Giant Skeleton Balloon NATO. Well, we'll see if he can. You got to get there into that stage first. Right now, in a bit of trouble. NATO will get some good value there on that left-hand side, but now Pink should come right behind this. Serge TS instead setting up defensively. Did I say 784? I don't know. I might have said something. Who knows, Alpha Moriarty? Snowball in on the left-hand side. Does not do much to the tower here. Locust, welcome. Here goes the Piggy's Magic Archer to help get that Tesla off the board. Healed up. A good NATO there from Toron to switch the angle. And a good catch against that Bandit. Final 90 seconds. Pigs in one more time. And that's going to be it. GG. That should be tower pretty darn close to down here. The second Magic Archer will get the geometry right there, and that's it. The NATO can't save it. Serge TS takes game number 1. 784, 1 HP, 1 HP. Ooh, Moriarty, good call. I forgot 784 was part of that. Good to note. And there you go, game number 1 in the books. Serge TS. Pretty solid win there. And we'll see what the ban is. And I got to tell you guys, I'm with my parents right now in Montana, taking the family, my My wife, baby boy Slaton, and I visiting my parents in Montana, so my mother just dropped off some light snacks for me since she knows I'm here streaming for hours on end. Toron banning Raken for our next game. There's the overall look at the field, and one more time for you following along in the chat. Here's the bracket. Linked in the chat right now. Here we go. Game number 2. Ban is Raken from Toron. Serge TS up by 1. This start, one of the slower ones you've seen today. Heal Spirit and Zap to open things up. So Toron trying to stop Alpha Miardi. He's not even trying to hide the fact he's one-tricking Loon. Funny. So this is a slow start here. And again, Toron with the guards. Very out of the meta these days are guards. Back in the days of RG Furnace, the 2 different variations, the guards and Lumberjack were both very popular, and then CRL West Spring Season 2019 kind of put an end to that deck when RG Furnace just failed miserably, so much so that it became a meme in the chat practically. And Toron might be one-tricking his deck, but currently one-tricking damage to his own tower. Ooh, boy, 1180 on the left-hand side. So, interesting note here that Serge TS went RG Fisherman with the Mini P.E.K.K.A rather than the Hunter. And you feel like the Hunter might be better against the Balloon, but maybe he's also running Hunter in this as well, as opposed to running another Cycle Con. We'll see. Bruzani, welcome back, Superstar. Clivert, how are you? An immediate, aggressive Royal Giant Hive with the Skelly Dragons behind. This RG should get one shot. Nope, NATO pulls it back. That was a good NATO. Going to switch sides now. Is Serge TS with that Fisherman. Not quite the length pull that he wanted. You see just a little extra chip damage there as well. So it's E-Wiz as the final card, so Serge TS here. Maybe reading it's going to be that same Loon deck one more time. And that's going to be a ton of... No, a nice NATO holds on to it. Toron, look, there's one advantage of running the deck that you know how to run. Running your one trick is you know what to do with it. Smart heads-up play to pull all that back into the Giant Skeleton. Giant Skeleton, a card that at one point wasn't really in any meta, and in CRL, EU, and NA for the fall season became a big part of 2v2, and then began appearing more in head-to-head play as we moved into 2019. Now firmly a part of the head-to-head meta. And without really any significant changes, I don't believe. 844 left-hand lane. Toron now putting the pressure. Giant Skeleton, Loon, Miner to the back. Fireball to push the Balloon back, and that will hold off on this one. But Miner still getting some good chip damage for Toron in the back. Things starting to switch. Trying to lean in Toron's favor here a little bit. And that Giant Skeleton precariously close to the tower. Balloon coming through. Gonna have to Fireball here to try to hold this off. Don't know if he can. And he does. Wow. Unbelievable wow. Behind by 2 Elixir. Serge TS up 336 to 1309. Miner in one more time. Chip damage could stack up, guys. Royal Giant does not get there again. Heal Spear trying to keep it alive. Should be a Tesla available if needed. Doesn't need it, though. RG does not connect. 252 on that left-hand lane, but Fireball Log will do it. And Serge TS takes the win. Great performance by the Brazilian. Moves on, qualifies both for the round of 32 on the Ladder Legends side, and Of course, as everyone who wins today qualifies for Stage 2 of this AMG Cup, which will take place next week against all of the competitive stars. Jet Vibes, welcome to the stream. Here's the stats powered by Royale API, and kind of a surprisingly large sample size. Oh, matchup is WinCon +4. That's what it is. As I say, surprisingly large matchup size for this deck from Toron, but now you understand why, because that was not the actual matchup. Guys, here's a fun one coming up. Who's pumped in the chat for this one? Let me go ahead and show you guys on the cam view. Look what's coming up right next down here on this side of the screen. That's right, the Russian Paradox up against one of your favorites, one of my favorites, the Scottish streamer himself, the sensation of, is he Glaswegian? I don't think so. The Scottish sensation himself, Thunderstruck, up against Paradox. Let's go. And that's an outdated Thunderstruck picture. I guess this is the most recent one from CRL. Should I try to do this one? Should I do the entire match in a Scottish accent the entire way through? Like, let's see if I kind of do it. A lot of us here on the chat pulling for Thunderstruck in this matchup, hoping against hope that maybe he can beat this Russian Paradox and move on into the round of 32. Looking like he's running a what you might call the high stinky cheese deck. And that is precisely what he's doing. So you got to root for Thunderstruck, but unfortunately, making one bit of a miscalculation in terms of our viewership. The Elixir Golem with the Battle Healer. Something nobody wants to see. Not a single one here is excited to see Thunder run in this deck. But unfortunately, that's what he's chosen to go with here. Against the Russian player who, to be fair, did run this one himself yesterday here in the AMG Cup. And that's quite a push getting put together on the right-hand side. And that NATO should be the end. Solid defensive poison. But it will not be enough. And just like that. The most hated deck probably in all of Clash Royale. Takes a big win here. Am I only entertaining myself here trying to do a Scottish accent the entire way through? It's been a while since I've actually done it. We need one more fireball on the right-hand side. For Scotland, yeah, DC the boss. Of course, looking like Scotland is maybe going towards independence here from the fact that Thunder is playing under the Scottish banner rather than that of the UK. And that'll be it. Game number 1 goes to Thunderstruck. You can't approve of the deck, but you can approve of the win. Get one for old Bonnie Scotland. Game number 2 coming up next. It's actually kind of difficult, I have to admit. Have not done my Scottish accent much these days. It's fun to fool per country with all my trips to the country. Yeah, and also I'm part Scottish. So boom, there you go. I used to live in Scotland. There you go. Am I lagging? I don't think so. Are you lagging? Let me go ahead and check everything here. The frames per second. Everything's looking good on my end with CPU stuff, although the usage is a little bit high. Let me check my speed here for a second. I do think I have 250 up, 250 down, so let me take a look at that real quick. Paradox banning lava for this next game. Yeah, my connection looks stable here, guys. So who knows? Zach, what are you talking about? The viewers have been pretty steady. You are confusing me, Zach. Zach is this is your weirdness. This is where you get strange. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. I'm gonna go ahead and take a bite here of these wonderful snacks that my mother provided so that I can continue to have the energy to give you the solid casting that you're getting here today. If you are having some connection issues, guys, maybe try lowering the resolution. That does work for some people. So Paradox going GY in game number 2. Thunderstruck looking like it's going to be most likely Loon here. Oh, sorry, with the ASMR. That was a little crunchier bite than I'd planned. I'll try to maintain my bites to the in-between games if I can. Mom's snacks are the best, except for Dunkaroos are the best snack. You might be right there. You could be right. Kiko, welcome. Aki, welcome back. So Splash Yard or some variation of Splash Yard for Paradox, going with the Knight instead. Yeah, that worked. Cool. Yeah, for some people, just need to lower the resolution a bit. When will Benzo Rydell play? Kiko, we'll look at the schedule directly after this one. So as soon as this match is over, we'll look at the schedule and get a look at it and see when that's happening. Thank you, Railing Birds. Yeah, it goes right through lunch. You know, started the stream right before lunch would have started for me, and here I am. Bomb tower completely nowhere, so this one, unless the NATO comes into play, and it does. Yeah, rough matchup here for Thunder in game 2. Currently doing pretty well, though, so far. RK and Alpha Moriarty have a little bit of a rivalry going here, maybe. So what do you guys think the keys are for Thunderstruck to win this one? The GUI defense is going to be hard. It's a nice Ice Golem, though. A challenging matchup overall. It feels like Balloon's not going to be the key here. And Balloon might just be for pressure. Do I eat from McDonald's, Yash? I have before in my life. I don't make a habit of it. Haven't had McDonald's in a long time, I don't think. Balloon not going to connect. NATO will pull it back, although did that NATO do enough? That's going to be death damage in, at least. Doesn't connect. Death damage comes in, but huge graveyard push now coming in from Paradox the opposite direction. Delivery high, though. A solid delivery high from Thunderstruck. Playing this matchup very well. A hard matchup and doing a good job with it. My next tournament currently planned for Friday. Conflicts notwithstanding. That's a good miner. Turns the Ice Wiz away. That's a King Tower activation. We'll see how important that is in these last few moments. 90 seconds left. Thunderstruck ahead, but not by a lot, and precariously slow. Precariously so here when it comes to playing against Graveyard. But a nice kite with that Ice Golem. Very, very nice kite. What does he have, though, to play defense? Delivery comes out, and a Fisherman as well, preventing most of this damage from the Graveyard on the left-hand side, it feels like. But just like that, Paradox now has the lead and does have the ability to put spell damage on tower with the poison. With 60 seconds left, Miner goes right into the Ice Wiz, trying to get a little bit more damage here. Fisherman taking the long route. Can this Balloon get anywhere near that tower? Not with the NATO, it can't. Thunder goes Fisherman far. Look at that Fisherman placement. Thunder is nailing that Fisherman placement. This time able to use the Ice Golem to soak up some of that Graveyard damage, but that one feels like it's too much damage this time around. Snowball tries to push the Baby Dragon away, but one extra splash will be in. That's going to be it. GG, well played. Thunderstruck did a great job in the matchup, but Paradox just had it locked down in terms of decks. And there you go. Game number 2, we are going to game number 3. And yeah, that matchup data seems pretty accurate. That NATO was brutal. And there you go, Thunder banning NATO. So the bans are Lava Hound and Tornado. Basically, we have what feels like 2v2 bans now out. Let's get ready for game number 3. And after this game, after this match is over, I'll show you guys the overall schedule for the remainder of the day. See what we have coming up next for the next few matches. Paradox taking a moment to reset his deck, so let's go ahead and take a look right now. So coming up after this one, it's Ian versus Osama. Then you see over on this side of the screen, there we go, Destroyer versus Topic. Stang Sand, the Brazilian against Alpha. And it takes us a while to get to... I'm not seeing... Why am I not seeing... Let me look at the bracket here for a second, because I am not seeing any of... Let me look at the bracket here for a moment. I don't see Oyasu anywhere. I don't see Anaban. I see them on the bracket. I see Benzer on the bracket as well. Maybe they might be like the late matches of the day. They might be the very late matches of the day. Okay. Well, I might not get to be here for some of those, unfortunately. We'll see how many we can get through. I'm going to do at least another hour and a half to 2 hours. Here we go. Let's jump into game number 3 of Thunderstruck vs. Paradox. And yes, they need to update that overlay. I'm aware. Paradox has a win, and Thunderstruck banned NATO. They'll get that one flown in as soon as they do. But remember, I'm not in charge of the overlays, guys. I'm not running them. Mask, welcome to the stream. If you don't yet, guys, throw me a follow. And if you haven't yet, guys, after this is over today, and if you have not yet seen the match that everyone wants to see right here on my YouTube channel, Best of 5 Igor versus Lapacati. If you haven't seen it yet, that is available on my YouTube channel right now. Go watch it after the stream. But it's there. And people are pumped. Aggressive early Graveyard in for Paradox. Thunder also running Graveyard here. We'll see if he chooses to drop one on this cannon cart push. Yes, he does. But defensive poison means most of it does not do a whole lot. 2 elixir advantage, or elixir and a half advantage right now for Thunderstruck. Damage advantage for Paradox. As we go into our next phase of the game, passing the midway point of regulation. Thank you, Asia, for the support. Yeah, throw me a follow, guys. Throw me a follow here. Throw me a sub on YouTube. Become part of the fam. And Mortar high here for the Scotsman. Solid arrow value all the way around. Zach, just lower your resolution, dude. My computer's running fine. Everything seems running fine on my side. I'll close some things for you. Maybe that helps, but... Yeah, Moriarty, go watch the video. Go enjoy yourself. I don't know what to tell you, Zach. People seem to find the stream to be pretty smooth. Get something on your end. Who knows? Big push coming in right now for Thunderstruck. Those cannon carts still on wheels. Mortar down as well. And the Graveyard in. Cannon cart tanking for the Graveyard right now. Thunderstruck putting the pressure on. The Mortar will not target tower, but Thunderstruck does take the lead. And now this Mortar going to continue to threaten, so Paradox has to get something down. No, chooses not to, so one Mortar shot will come in on the left-hand side. High bomb tower. Cannon cart picks it up perfectly. Protect that Musketeer. Protect your Musketeer, folks. That's one of the top rules of playing any deck that has Musketeer. And right now, Thunderstruck doing a good job of it. It's turning the tide for him potentially in these later moments. Arrows trying to open up the way for it, but the Skellies survive. Mortar will not target tower. You see what Thunder was going for, and if he caught those Skellies, would have been fire. Can't get a gun. Newspaper, sorry. Newspaper, welcome. David, welcome as well. Graveyard in left-hand lane. Thunder trying to keep the pressure on with these mortars. Getting a little bit of damage from these graveyards every time. Another skeleton tap. One more, two more, three more maybe. 1354 on the left-hand lane. The cannon cart. Maligned for so long. Currently finding a couple of good spots in the meta, this being one of them. Cannon cart does not get all the way through, but does trap those baby dragons on the opposite side. Mortar gets one more shot, poison in. Cannon cart in the pocket here. Final 40 seconds. Does that cannon cart stay on its wheels? And it will. That's big. That's absolutely huge for Thunderstruck. Graveyard in. Cannon cart will get in. Isn't tanking, though. Graveyard comes in a half step early. Arrows trying to make some room. Mortar. Will it get on tower here? It looks like it will. Cannon cart in as well. Mortar gonna go ahead and clutch this thing for Thunderstruck. It certainly looks like it. Final 15 seconds here. One more shot from the Mortar. Can it get one more off? I think no. Mortar does go down. Graveyard poison in for Paradox. Final 10 seconds. This graveyard push could steal the game here. Arrows on defense for Thunderstruck. That was the smart call, and there you go. The Scotsman holds on and goes through to the next round. Very well played by Thunderstruck. Kept the pressure on like crazy and got a big-time win. You know, the chat certainly happy about that one. A slightly partisan chat for this one. And Skull, no, this deck is actually kind of out there. I run this same deck, but with Miner for the Graveyard and with Hunter, I think it is, for the Muskie. Is that what I'm running it with? No, it's not Hunter. There are two variants of this deck, essentially. One's a minor deck, and one is a graveyard deck. But this one's around. This one's certainly around. I'm going to take my ASMR off for a second here and eat some of these snacks real quick. You can hear me from a distance, but you won't hear the chewing now. Which I don't think so. Now, the variant that I run, you can hear me quietly right now. I'm running a variant right now in my classic challenges that is archers. So it's archers instead of muskie, and then miner instead of graveyard. So I'm running that one. Hold on, getting some snacks in, guys. Let's see, I've got some, what's my snack situation? You know what, I'll throw, let's get the camera up here. My snack situation, here we go. We got some zucchinis with some little like breaded stuff in there. We got some mozzarella and mini caprese type things, mozzarella and tomatoes to dip in, some, you know, little olive oil, balsamic vinegar blend. And then some little lunch meats on some little pieces of bread, some little like single finger food style sandwiches. So there you go. That's what we got going on. Let me go ahead and throw my mic up here for a second again. So let's see. Ian's not here at the moment, so we're going to go to Destroyer vs. Topic. We're heading on to Destroyer vs. Topic, everybody. And then we'll come back. If Ian makes it, he'll continue to stay in here, but we'll see if he makes it. Going to try to get some of this food in my stomach here real quick, guys. So bear with me as we wait for our next game. Let me just reload the game real quick, make sure that no one put the game out. You've already had that glitch once where the game doesn't actually show. So I'm going to go ahead and reload my game. And nope, has not happened yet, so we're good. We're in good shape. Guys, no tournament today, so I know it says tournament today. No tournament today, but I do regular $150 open tournaments here on the channel. So go ahead, throw a follow. Follow me on Twitter as well, or on the Discord for notifications about all those events. Chances for you to compete to win money. And you've seen I've shown that Igor Lapacati game. I've linked that in the chat a couple times here today. that was the finals of one of my $100 opens. So not only can you see some great gameplay, possibly win some money, but you could play against Igor Lapakati, those kind of players. Usually like a couple top-tier pros in every one of these tournaments. So you're welcome to come play. Again, there's not one today, but I usually do 2 or 3 a week. So we're waiting to see what's going on with Osama's match. Osama versus Ian. They're going to try to track down Ian right now. Let's look at the field one more time. Hold on, let me throw my, I'm going to throw some more food in my mouth real quick. 1 second. Come on. Here we go. So I believe we're going to move on to Destroyer versus Topic. We'll see if they're ready yet. I believe he is ready now, so we'll get the microphone back to my mouth here in just a moment. And wait for this game to jump on in. Try to eat as fast as I can, guys. Hold on. Yum. Here we go. Game number 1 of Destroyer versus Topic. Here we go. Little ASMR there for you at the end. An immediate Lava Hound to open, Expo right below. Is there a Fireball in hand? No, a low Tesla. If Fireball had been in hand, Topic would have won on this push, I feel like. No, not today, Hunter Rogers. Not today, but often. Miner goes right to the Ice Whiz. That Inferno Dragon gets some burn here. NATO's to King. But you have to be careful with this move. You gotta be careful with this one. Because look at that. Look at that. You gotta be careful when you NATO that to King. Oh, Icebo, no Fireball. Right. Icebo, no Fireball. Well, he played Expo and Expo so far, so. Didn't know if he was playing 2.9 or Icebo, but you have to assume Icebo, I guess. Man, that defense turned into an absolute nightmare. NATOing the Inferno Dragon to King Tower. Seems like you're like, hey, I'll get it off this tower for a second, and then you're, but the big one that's even much worse is the one where it is now. Just had nothing for those barbs, and the attempted defense against those barbs turned into an absolute nightmare for Topic. And Destroyer now in a pretty commanding position. Does get Expo lock, so it's a nice little lock there from Topic. And protection on the Ice Whiz as well. Topic still in the game, but for how long is the question. That's going to be tower down right-hand side, Destroyer with Healthy Baby Dragon. If somehow Topic wins this, it will be the craziest win I think I've seen in this tournament. He's going to try to arrow cycle out that right-hand tower. And there you go. Now that's arrow. Now that's arrows. Topic just trying against hope. Right-hand tower. Oh, again. Okay, that's ladder stance. Ladder versus tournament standard. Second Expo down under it. This is, oh, and he couldn't barbs across because that's still 4 HP on that one. This is so fascinating. NATO that somewhere. This is insanity. That's going to be it. Well, Topic made it interesting on the back end. But smart play from Destroyer. He'll get the win here. That was not boring. Let's put it that way. A lot of things happened. Were they all good things? No. Did they happen? Yes. Destroyer takes game number 1. What a weird, weird game that was. What a weird game. I know that it didn't happen, and it would have been disastrous, but didn't you kind of want to see Topic's King Tower fall before the Princess Towers did? Weren't you kind of just sort of sitting there hoping that that would happen? It would have been so funny. Didn't you just like kind of want to see it? I know I did. I know for sure that I did. Oh, how did that move? What the heck's going on? Let me just go ahead and adjust something here real quick. One of the things on my screen moved here a little bit. There we go. Let's line that back up the way it's supposed to be lined up. There we go. All nice and clean. Lava Hound, the ban from Topic. And that's a GG. Destroyer up 1 as we go into our second game of the match. I'm going to take my mic up for a second here so I don't ASMR you guys. And there you go. Lava Hound, the ban from Topic. This time out. So a bit of a slower start this time out. Royal Hog for Topic. Was there more ASMR there? I tried to make it not happen. And Musketeer just outside of range for that splash again on tower, so nicely placed by Topic. We've seen this more commonly. The delivery cycle in the back. It's only 3 elixir, why not? Not dissimilar to cycling a miner in the back. You get the value of that shield as well, though. Destroyer looking like he's running Loon. Yeah, the Toron deck's been popular today. Will this become truly meta? So pretty close here in the opening minute. Bandit won't get anywhere near the tower. Nicely timed pickup by the miner. That's a nice heal spirit from Topic. Destroyer kind of sitting back here for a second, waiting to see what happens with those piggies. And that's one difference between like a top tier player and a mid tier player. Is a mid tier player just never ever wants to leak elixir ever, and a top tier player will when he knows it's the right decision because of cycle. It's one thing that I've never quite mastered. I've tried to get better at it. You saw a very, very solid play there by Destroyer to sit back and make sure he had his defense taken care of before he kept on trying to cycle more and more, but will it pay off for him in the long run? Piggy's going left-hand side, Tesla to pull. Destroyer falling behind here, just a little bit. A big debate about Lava versus Icebo in the chat. And that Bandit might connect here on the left-hand side as well. Nope, not going to happen. Destroyer playing the best defense he can. And here we go. Piggy's to the left-hand side, Tesla out of cycle. Big opportunity for Topic to put a lot of damage in the left-hand lane. Guards trying to play cleanup, but going to take a ton of damage. 7-11 down on that left-hand lane, and Topic just going to put the dual lane pressure on. Mr. Pixel, welcome to the chat. Mega Knight does get a lead, and now both sides in trouble here for Destroyer. The hard part here is that even if Destroyer can defend, there's just no way to create any meaningful offense. I wonder how many balloons he's played all game. Couldn't be more than 3, right? Poison down on the right-hand side. You see the defensive attempt, but that's going to be it. Topic takes game number 1, or game number 2, evens things up pretty easily. GG, well played. And yeah, Alpha Moriarty isn't following anybody on Trovo. Alpha Moriarty? You're following nobody on Trovo? Emotions. Emotions, Alpha. Emotions. Here I am giving you this great Clash Royale competitive content. Not even following here on Trovo. Hurts. It hurts, man. It's an emotional thing. Some challenges going up in the chat. Swimmer, maybe biting off more he can chew here with Hunter. We'll see. Ban is Skeleton Dragons by Destroyer, so here we go into game number 3 with a Skelly Dragon ban. All tied up. Again, there's a look at the field in case you were curious of who is still in. Of course, a lot of these players have been eliminated already. Let me throw the bracket into the channel so that you can see it in the chat. Guys, look at this. Look at this. Alpha Moriarty just stonewalling me. Stonewalling all of Trovo, really. It's emotional, and I gotta say, I don't know what to do. Game number 3 on its way. I almost want to switch over and watch this fight between Hunter Rogers and Swimmer. Guys, we might have to save this one to be a stream event. I definitely kind of want I kind of want to see that, but I can't go away from this tournament. But I have to say this one to be a specific event here. A BO3, but only those 2 decks. Here we go. Talking about BO3's game number 3, Destroyer and Topic. Let me go ahead and get some more food in my mouth here real quick, because I am starving, everybody. Guys. Alpha Moriarty. What do we have to do to convince Alpha Moriarty to follow, guys? What do you think we could offer to get Alpha Moriarty to follow? Because apparently great Clash Royale content isn't enough. Apparently my respect and supporting a friend like me isn't enough. To Spawn, how are you? Well, and Topic going ice bow. Kick Ash, how are you? Juso, welcome back. So who counters this one, guys? Right now, Topic is Raken. Easy connection. A lot of damage right-hand side. Giant not getting it done for Destroyer. Markod, how are you? Welcome to the stream, brother. No, Kick Ash is not CWA. That's a different person. So Giant Miner for Destroyer. Alpha saying it's Destroyer's matchup. defensive expo for Teabag. Way ahead at this stage. Yeah, in my opinion, Giant typically has match, like these kind of Giant decks typically have matchup as well, but was it just a bad starting hand? Was it a misplay? I think a good Icepo player can beat a lot of things, in my opinion. Oh, he cycled Giant to open. I was looking at the chat. All right, there you go. And that'll do it. That'll do it. Fireball trying to make some room here. Miner chipping away on the right-hand side. So Destroyer has moderately recovered, but I think it's a little too late, guys. We're just 2 rockets away. Or is it 2 rockets and a lock? Is my math off? All right. Almost there. Second Giant down, but not going to matter. Rocket comes in. Teabag takes the win, recovers from a stumble in Game 1, and moves on to the round of 32 and to Stage 2 of the AMG Cup. So those of you who don't know how it's working, this is the round of 64 today. All the winners today move on both in the Ladder Legends bracket and move on into Stage 2 of the AMG Cup, where they will face 32 competitive masters on the other side, the big famous players you know from CRL and beyond. So we'll see if Osama's opponent shows up. Osama might get a free win here. We are moving along. It's not going to be the Osama matchup. Osama might get a free win. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Happened yesterday for the juicy one. We'll find out. I'll ask about this one. I'll go check things out. Yeah, Hunter, you are a pretty high level Expo player. All right, so we are waiting. We're doing one more matchup, guys, and the next matchup is going to be Stang Sand versus Mr. Alpha. We're trying to get that one ready right now. We're going to give a little bit more time here for Ian to show up, but if Ian doesn't show up, it's going to be a free win for Osama, so we'll see what happens. Guys, here's the overall picture of what's happening so far. It looks like it's going to be Denito versus Cassim because of who's here right now. Ian doesn't have his phone. He should get one. Hunter taking a dive so he can make someone look bad. You know, Alpha Moriarty, maybe I should... I don't know if I can even read your comments anymore, honestly. Not being a follower of the channel. Not even giving me the courtesy of a follow. Here, I've read so many of the things that you say. Pain. Pain here. Dark and Gelada, how are you? Pavel, how are you? Pavel, good to see you, bud. Let's take a look at the field overall. Look at that. Parafetti just followed. Thank you, Parafetti, because of your follow, and I know you might not believe it, but it's absolutely true. Because of your follow, a tree stump just regrew a tree. That's crazy, huh? Here we are waiting for our next game. They're taking their sweet time with it. And there you go. Alpha Moriarty followed. We made it happen. Alpha Moriarty just followed. Alpha Moriarty, I'm going to give you on camera for this one. Because of your follow, the entire Sherlock Holmes series was rewritten, and Moriarty wins. How about that? That's pretty cool, isn't it? Congratulations, man. Your follow just changed literary history. Just upended one of the most beloved literary characters and film characters and television characters of all time. Let's go ahead and jump in to our next matchup. Denito Pro up against Cassim. Our Salty Boy just followed too. Oh, yeah, I get you. I get what you mean. Cassim was in the chat earlier. A lot of people were rooting for him. You did save the day, Alpha Moriarty. You did. Muting to eat some more zucchinis. Moji, because the technically Clash Royale is 13 plus. I mean, there's no way to stop someone who's not 13 from joining us, but Clash Royale is 13 plus, so there you go. Interesting here. Don't see EQ much these days. But up against this Denito running the Goblin Hut. Well, happy to see it. So Royal Hogs EQ for Cassim. Because Denito's about to get murdered, that's actually a good reason why it's 13 plus. That'd be 13 to see an actual murder. Not going to respond to that miner is Cassim. Going to let it run its course, catch up the elixir from it. Denito Pro with a interesting composition here. I don't know, Moji. I don't have all the answers. Only the best ones. Piggy's in left-hand side. Royal Ghost in response. Going to be a decent amount of damage in the left-hand lane. Final 45 seconds of regulation, and with that, Cassim does take the lead. Although really slowing down on that one. Cassim's made some very measured choices. And this EQ is interesting. Man, how often do you see Earthquake these days? You couldn't walk around a corner without running into an Earthquake for a while. And then that Earthquake nerf just, Earthquake rework they want to call it, just completely took it out of the game. Almira, thanks for the join and for the follow. Almira, your follow has just done something amazing. There was a small child who was named after his grandmother. He was named Gertrude. And because of your follow, the name Gertrude just became popular in his city. Didn't have to change it even. He's still named Gertrude. But now it's the most popular name in his city, and he is the most popular boy in class. Thank you very much, Almira, for your help. Quasi, what up? Which one is the 2018-20 challenge? Or 2018-20 challenge 5? I see you. Amanzo, Tobizi. Good to see you guys. Cassim holding on here. Can he stop this P.E.K.K.A? I don't know. That flying machine connects, and the Denito Pro just completely flips the script against Cassim. Oh, that one hurt. That one hurt. Get some heart medication for Cassim because I think he just had an attack on that one. And the poison ban coming in from Cassim on this one. So a weird miner deck from Denito Pro. A lot of different elements coming together. We'll go into game number 2 here in a moment. Denito Pro up by 1. Is this not Dennis's weird ladder deck? This is a weird deck. Miner control with Zappy's Flying Machine and Royal Ghost. Here's who's left, in case you don't know. If you don't know, now you know. So waiting to see if Ian does appear, or if Osama will get a free win. Coming up next, game 2. Denito up 1. Little update on the bracket, guys. Serge TS will face Feno Final Form in the round of 32. We already saw Thunderstruck and Viper. We matched up in that round as well. Trying to get a good little picture of what that round of 32 will look like. There's the bracket in chat one more time. RG for Cassim, looking like Ice Bow. No. Color me wrong. Very interesting choice here from Dennis. Someone just subbed to my YouTube. That's what that alert is. That's hilarious. Popped up on this side. Thanks. Whoever subbed to my YouTube. Didn't even know I had alerts. I forgot I had alerts even on here. Can I get this up here in time to see it? Ah, I didn't see it. Oh, well. Thanks, whoever just subbed my YouTube. Appreciate that. That was funny. I had no idea. That alert was even active still. Cool. Sloppy292. Welcome to the stream, brother. So this is Denisito's deck, huh? Hog, Giant Skeleton, Skarmy NATO. Very common for people to run their comfort deck in game 2 of a BO3. And this is no different. And he plays Wizard? His comfort ladder deck plays Wizard? What? Well, didn't work out too great there, did it? I'm going to go ahead and take a look at Homeboy's Royale API. Because who's running Wizard? Honestly, who's running Wizard? Come on. Huh, he's not showing up. Trying to find him, but not showing up on the APIs because of the way all the weird characters and stuff. Oh well. This is this guy's main deck? All right, do you, man. Do you. He beats people with this? Like, he wins games of Clash Royale at high ladder with this. That's what you guys are saying. You guys are claiming that this deck wins high ladder games. Sure. Sure, why not? Anything can happen now, apparently, in this world. Oi. Wins a lot with this monstrosity. Okay, sure. What? Fisherman is the ban, so Poison and Fisherman both out. Oh yeah, #1 numerous times in the middle of the season, but who cares about the middle of the season? It's about the end of the season, guys. Let's see what his best finish is. Best finish, 72nd. So currently 15th, but that's not going to last. I'm being so derisive right now, but what am I looking at? What am I looking at? My word. Yeah, best finish, 72nd. Look, top 100 finish. I can't argue against that. It finished 130th last season. 20-win challenge winner. 8.1K. Sure, let's see this. Sure. Cassim is running E-Golem, maybe? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Had to mute the mic so I didn't ASMR you with a little more snackage. Well, this is a thing that's happening, guys. I don't know what to do. I don't even know what am I watching? Yeah, I don't even know what to pull for at the moment. Look, Denito Pro's deck is different. I'll give him that. That's a thing I haven't seen. I don't know if I can bring myself to root for an E-Golem deck. I mean, this deck that Cassim's running is... ugh. But I'm just like, look, good on you, Denito. You know, I hope you win this one, man. I mean, I like Cassim a lot. But I hope that you prove me wrong with this weird, like, Frankenstein's monster of a deck. Rich, vote for Cassim or bad? Yeah, I like Cassim. I don't like that he's running this deck. I dislike Sponge. How are you? Good to see you, bud. Sam, welcome back. Cassim, what are you doing to me, man? How can I root for you when you're running this? How can I do it? How can I do it? I feel like I have a moral obligation to root against this. Solid fireball in there from Denito. And, oh, does not get the wizard off. We'll survive a little bit longer. Wizard. Look, RG, or Giant Skeleton Hog Rider, I'm like, all right. Giant Skeleton Hog Rider NATO, I'm like, okay, it's different, but I understand some of the reasons. Not similar to RG Giant Skeleton, sure. Not dissimilar, go for it. The Wizard. And I guess the NATO, the splash damage there, sure. Don't know why you would play Wizard over Ice Wiz, unless it's because Denito does not have a max Ice Wiz. And does have a max, whatchamacallit, obviously, max Wizard. This Wizard is a rare card, and the Ice Wiz is a legendary, although it's max this season. It's a free max this season. Let me take a look and see if I can figure out his card situation. Hog Rider in on the left-hand lane. Does not go to tower because the bar putt pulls it up. Wizard kind of popping off. Yeah, good point. Bar putt down one more time. Final minute. Wiz behind. The Wizard. All right. Oh, but that E-Drag getting good value here defensively for Cassim. And now he loads up opposite lane. Blobos not going to do much, but might do enough to take the lead here. And look at that, Cassim doubling down right at the bridge. Fireball in for Denito. The NATO trying to make some room for Cassim. But that response NATO going to do a lot of damage here. And the Skarmy to clean up the rest of it. I think Cassim has, or that Denito has this one. Oh, and look at that on the right-hand lane. Yep, that's it. GG, well played. GG, well played. I didn't even see what was happening on the right-hand side. Knight escapes, runs roughshod, and whatever this is, wins. And Denito now BMing. Skarmy. I forgot about Skarmy. Skarmy? Sure. I don't know, man. Cassim had to know this was coming. This is the deck this guy's known for. That's not there. You go. There's the matchup. And that sample size is small, but it is fairly definitive in the way that it states that matchup situation. And Ian is out. So Osama moves on for a free win because Ian did not make his win. And looks like, oh, here's one reason why maybe he runs Wizard. It looks like Denito's Ice Wiz is level 11. So that might be why he runs Wizard rather than Ice Wiz in that deck. So here we go. Ncoo versus another legend. Here for their best of 3. Muting to prevent ASMR. There you go. I have finished the snack, and now I'm back in full. So Ncoo up against another Aether Legend. Sparky goes down pretty easily. And that musket to do some significant damage here. Defensive NATO does nothing about the Musketeer, and that's a huge opening chunk for Ncoo. 8.5K personal best the Colombian has. And right now, way ahead in game number 1 of this matchup. Big opening. Sparky lines up opposite direction, but will it be enough with 1:10 left? Fireball, good value on the Fireball. Fireball Zap clears some room, and this Sparky not going to get on tower, but it does. Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind. I thought it might be enough to get onto that Musketeer. And this should be a GG here. Skelly's on the left-hand side. Put that easily within spell range. Don't even need it. Tower down. 34 seconds left. Ncoo can just lock it down and get it done. Lock it down and get it finished. You can see just almost able to break through here is Aether, but not quite. Keeps seeming like he's just about there, but Ncoo 1 step ahead. Clean win here for Ncoo in game number 1. And we'll see what Aether Legend has for game number 2. Let's go ahead and bring up the stats view powered by Royale API, and we'll see what the ban is coming in from Aether. Lin OP, the name of this one, of this account. Let me go look up, see if Aether's account on his Royale API has his main. It looks like not. Let's see, Aether is God, is that his main? That can't be it. Not at 6K. Let's see his other Aether account. The ban is Barb Hut. So Aether Legend banning Barb Hut for this one. Should me cast spells, Sponge? Absolutely. Go ahead, cast some spells. Guys, if you don't know, the version of like chips or bits, whatever you call them here, is those spells. There are spells and there's elixir. And I believe the mana you build up for free over time. But if you cast some spells in the chat, you support me. That's another way to kind of to throw a little support towards the stream. So thanks, Sponge. Appreciate it. Sponge, Peas, all the guys throwing spells out there. Really appreciate the help. Let's go and jump into game number 2. The ban is Barb Hut, for those of y'all following along at home. Thanks for the on-fire piece. Appreciate it. During an event? I don't know what the events are, Sponge. But do as you do. Skull, thank you very much. I haven't followed on the news very much, Sponge. Maybe there's some other time that's better to cast it. I don't actually know. So Aether Legend, Lin OP on this account. 7.6K personal best on this account. currently 53rd in the world. Best finish, 423rd. Does anyone know his main, or is this his main? Aether going with RG. Can I send the bracket link? Absolutely. Go ahead and throw that bracket link into the chat. There you have it. You have 15,000 of them? Wow. That's pretty wild, Sponge. Moshi, thanks for the on fire. Appreciate it. Blur, thanks for the on fire. Skull, the stay safe. Appreciate it. All your support means so much. Invited your friend to come here. Well, thank you very much, Sponge. Appreciate it. So a different variation of RG Fishboy. We saw this once before today. Graveyard in for Ncoo. Oh, thank you, Alpha Moriarty. Appreciate that you did finally come around. Yeah, Sponge. I don't know. What are those events? Are they in the Trovo Discord? Is that what it is? Gotta look at those. RG gets one big shot on the right-hand side. Ncoo in the lead. And with one moderately healthy Skeleton Dragon on the board, I think Aether will take that shot happily. Try to get a little elixir advantage here, and he does. And here's the combination. Fishboy, but pulls back the Knight beyond the Mini P.E.K.K.A. So that does not work out in his favor. Mini P.E.K.K.A. does not stop early enough, crosses into enemy territory. And the Fisherman, the Benedict Arnold of Clash Royale, might have just cost Aether the game here. Tower within poison range, and there's no way here for Aether to come back. That's going to be a GG. Cannot get enough damage in on this stage. Poison will come down. Ncoo's got this win. Doesn't even go with the poison, goes ahead and goes Graveyard. And that'll be it. GG, well played. Ncoo with a dominant performance here. Oh, the July 4th thing. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know about those. Cool. Aki, I'm streaming a lot of it, but I'm not streaming all the way because, again, this is like a... Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought I had that. I thought I had that word blocked that Obsidian used. That's weird. I'll have to go check my blocked words again. I thought I had that one blocked. Interessant. There you go. There's the. I think this is the bracket one more time. Yeah, there's the bracket for you. Ooh, this is a fun one. This is a fun one. Finished number 6 on ladder last season. It's Alperin up against former Chivas Esports player, maybe current Chivas Esports player, I think, in No Tilt. You have to check that one up. Up against Kevin. Let's go check it out now. Kevin rocking the Chivas attire there in his picture. And, yep, still playing with Chivas Academy in No Tilt League. Been with Chivas Esports for a little while, since the end of 2019. Personal best, 75-28. Alperin, running Expo. Against Hog EQ. Okay. Okay, fellas. Interesting situation here. The EQ against the Expo. Great YouTube 2.9 content, right? Expo to the right-hand side. I think I had, Hunter, what did you run for the 20-win challenge? I think I haven't put yours up yet, have I? I have so many 20-win challenge videos have to go up. Hog EQ going to make this very interesting. Does this still come out to 2.9 with the Knight as opposed to the Ice Golem? Does it still stay at 2.9 average, or does it go to 3.0? Hunter ran Ice Bow. Yeah, I've not done all my 20-win challenge video content yet. Put 2 of them up. Yeah, it's 3. Okay, it's 3.0 with the Knight. Good to know. So Kevin has plenty of ways to catch Expos. And of course, the triple spell is pretty annoying. Gotta figure out what Alperin's plan is here. Teresa, good to see you. Billy Willie, how are you? Solid name. So Expo high in the middle this time for Alperin, trying to prevent that EQ damage onto his right-hand side. But the high EQ will do a good job against the Expo Tesla combo. Hog won't get a shot, but ahead by about a half elixir right now, maybe a quarter elixir is Kevin. 15 seconds left. And Kevin able to still do a lot of spell cycle. Hog EQ triple spell. And the bomb tower. Interesting bomb tower here. Doesn't get it in range of the Tesla. Kapaki, how are you? Here we are in the round of 64 for the AMG Cup. And Kevin has been running Hog EQ pretty well in this game, in this matchup, but that Expo might get a connection. Nope, the Knight gets down just in time, 90 seconds left. Alperin, though, now a half step ahead on Elixir. Cassim, welcome back. Rough one, brother. And more chip damage. Alperin did a smart move, making the whole game turn to this side. And Kevin just does not want to go Hog opposite lane here. Does not want to give up a single Expo lock if he can. This Hog does not get a shot. No, it does. 14-14. And Kevin now putting the pressure on at the bridge. Tesla will go to the middle, but nice Musketeer from Kevin. Log trying to make a little bit extra room here. This Hog, I believe, will hit, and this one doesn't. So I'm getting it all backwards right now, but another quick cycled Hog here for Kevin. EQ cycle now in for the Chivas player. Alperin trying to hold on. Goes Expo to the opposite lane again. Switches lanes one more time. Skelly's to stop the Musketeer. Archer's split in the middle, but that is not going to connect on the left-hand side. Way too much damage in. Can Alperin go back to the right-hand side with one more Expo and steal a lock? No, decides to go to the left-hand side. 20 seconds left. Really aggressive play here going left-hand lane. Going to go ahead and fireball cycle the right-hand side, I believe. I don't think he has time to do anything with it. That's going to be a GG. Well played, Kevin. Played controlled, did not get overly aggressive. Didn't try to get too fancy with it. Ran a good deck choice here against the Expo player and gets the win against Alperin's 3.0 Expo. And Alperin, guess he just discovered their emotes. Big game 1 win for Kevin here. Hog triple spell cycle up against the 3.0 Expo of Alperin. We'll see what Alperin bans this time. Does he straight up go ahead and ban an EQ? Maybe ban EQ, but don't go Expo. That would be interesting. Throw him off a little bit. Taking his time right now as the Turkish player, trying to decide what he wants to do with this ban. Alperin's also a regular in my tournaments. Now, guys, again, there's no tournament today, but I haven't changed the graphic. But I have regular $50 and $100 tournaments here on the channel. And Alperin's a regular in these ones, appears quite often. Happy to have him be a part of the fam. Here's the overall look at today's 64-player field. Alperin's personal best, 8.3K, currently 300th on ladder. Best finish is 6th, of course, which he achieved last season. Pretty cool finish there for the Turkish player. Represented his country in no-tilt worlds. Turkey had some good performances overall. And it's the Musketeer ban for Alperin. So Musketeer off the board for the potential 2 more games of this matchup. We'll see what Alperin chooses to do with that Musketeer ban. Hey, Sama! Light Sama, thanks for the stay safe. Really appreciate it. Here we go. Game number 2 coming up in just a moment. $14 logs played. Yeah, let's go take a look at those stats one more time as we're waiting for this game to fly back in. 14 logs played. Yeah, Kevin was just spell cycling like crazy. Hotspur, good to see you. You been lurking here for a while there, Hot? All right, here we go. Next game. Kevin up 1 after a pretty nasty snipe in game number 1. Alpha, I have noticed it. I appreciate your support. So Kevin sticking pretty fast cycle here in game 2, and that pre-log does not get the spear goblins on the outside. Takes 1, but no more. Minor wall breakers. Has not been a lot of minor wall breakers today. Alpha, are you a man of your word here? So, interesting, another Hog EQ deck it looks like. And Hog going to connect on the right-hand side. King Tower activation, but kind of expect that. Juso, thanks for the on fire. Really appreciate it. I've been lurking. Yeah, Hog EQ Firecracker. I ran this for a season. Master Nyarda, how are you? Did Bag win his first round? Did Bag already play today? I forget. Oh, he lost? I know. Well, hold on. Was that Bag or was that Teabag? Because there were 2 different Bags, right? Yeah, Bag has not played yet. Bag versus Chris Leanne is later. That was Teabag who lost, not actual Bag. So, Hunter, you're good. No, Bag is in the tournament. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Boss lost yesterday. Bag is still in it. Bag versus Chris Leanne happens later today. You guys with a bunch of misinformation in the chat. Here is the challenge, but here's the bracket. Boss lost. Bag is still in. He plays against Chris Leanne today. Hog in, EQ in. Have not seen much in the way of minor wall breakers today. Alperin, maybe only the 3rd or 4th time we've seen it. Kiko, it's all in the bracket. So there's the bracket one more time, Kiko. Go ahead and find all your info there. Hog Rider going to town on that right-hand tower. EQ helping, but 635 on the left-hand side of Kevin's tower. Alperin putting pressure on right now. Wall breakers in. And that's going to be tower down left-hand side, so Kevin has to extend this one here, or that's going to be going on to a game number 3. Hog Rider in on the right-hand side, tries to predict with the EQ. Hog not going to get a shot. A lot of which are spent, though. Kevin trying to cycle back one more time. Can he do enough cycling right now? Hog, the EQ won't do it, and Hog can't get there in time. Hog trying to EQ on top of this one. Can he get the swing? He cannot. Bomb Tower gets there in time. And Alperin wins game number 2. We are going to a game 3. So second attempt at Hog EQ from Kevin. This time Alperin makes a good switch, gets the win. Didn't even play his poison. Looking for our ban here for the next one. Let me go ahead and give you guys a look overall at the schedule as it remains for the day. And there are more matches past this. Of course, I'm probably only casting for another hour or so today. So we'll see what we get through. But coming up next, Ace and Michifu. Ooh, I'm going to have to get a little Twitter ready for that one. That will be a fun matchup. And waiting here on our game number 3. We'll see what happens, but Ace and Michifu, that's going to be a blast. Live with round 2. Hashtag AMG CUP. Up next. Let's see. Let me go ahead and tweet this out. Ace. Oh, do I have the correct ace? Do I even have the correct ace? Kevin is banning Tornado. Does anyone know the Italian Ace's Twitter? Because it's not coming up when I put it in on auto. That's super weird. That's very strange. So the bans are Musketeer and Tornado for this next game. Ooh, and Schwarzen and Benzer Rydell have both showed up into the clan. Very exciting. Very, very exciting indeed. Waiting for this game to go. Alperin has not got the request in yet, so we'll be with that in just one moment. Does anyone know the Italian Ace's Twitter? Because apparently I don't. Is it Ace the Juice? Is that him? Player for Cream Real Betis? I don't know. Billy Willie, no worries, man. Good to see you here. Yeah, Benzer is awake and ready to go. David, how are you? Not Lapo, how are you? Alperin is taking his sweet time right now. I think Ace the Juice is Ace's... Oh, yeah, there's some Italian. Yep. Yep, Ace the Juice. That's the one. Go ahead and throw him a follow there so that I can throw him in this thing. And here we go. Game number 3 of Alperin and Kevin. Okay, and then what's Michifu? Michifu CR? What is going on with my Twitters? Let me go ahead and throw this one back in here. So Alperin and Kevin tied up 1-1. Bans are Tornado and Musketeer. Alpha Moriarty, I don't even know who you are on Twitter. I have no idea. Oh, that was a bad tweet, but whatever. So RG for Kevin. Alperin looking like he's going Lava Hound. Of course, he didn't lava first play, so it can't be Lava Hound, right? Let me make sure that's the correct Michifu. Yeah, it's the correct one. Teammates here, Michifu and Ace in this next round. So that's a fun little note. And so running the Fish Go Boom combo is Kevin with his Royal Giant deck. There's some nice little cyclage at this stage. You were 7.2 and dropped 400 trophies in 330 minutes. We've all been there, Joso, except for the 7.2 part. Noob Master, welcome. Razzer's armband in the building. And there you go, RG gonna get a little bit on tower. Barbs come in, Fireball a half step late. Good damage, but now what does he do about this loon? The balloon not going to the hunter, Fireball to push back. That balloon does not connect. the Skeleton Dragons take the lead for Alperin here as we go into the final 25 seconds of regulation. And Fireball back in cycle. Nice Fireball there for Kevin. I believe he gets one shot here. Will that one shot be enough? Mega Minion and 2 Skeleton Dragons, but they all go in front of the Lava Hound. And right now, it's just Kevin trying to beat out this balloon. Not going to happen. Hunter not available. Fireball trying to stop it. That's a GG. Well played. Alperin moving on over Kevin into our round of 32 and into stage 2 of the CWA Cup. Go ahead and throw the stats up for that one. We've got some fun ones coming up here. Benzer saying good morning to everybody. Benzer waking up early for this one, I think. So I believe that we're going to be going to Ace versus Michifu for this next one, the Battle of Teammates. Let's see if that's what's happening. Got some good ones coming up, guys. Take a look at the right-hand side of your screen. Ace versus Michifu, Sweep and Trollan will be a good one. Schwarzen and Predator. Some fun ones coming up. I really want to see Bag versus Chris Leanne. Move that one up. I want to see it right now. 5 a.m., 6 a.m. for Benzer. Oof. That's early. So where's our next game? Oh, I guess we're going to start our next game in 5 minutes, guys. Ace versus Michifu will start in 5 minutes. I guess they are turning over the casting on the Spanish side. They have 2 different channels, so they're switching to a different channel for Spanish. So there you go. Let me go ahead and take a look at something here. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, guys. Let me go ahead and throw you this replay. Wow, we're at it. I'll be back in just like 3 minutes. And we're back, guys. Hope you're enjoying this little replay here. Coming up next is Ace versus Michifu. The Spanish stream is doing their turnover right now. So we'll see. We're waiting on them for the moment. Getting the new Spanish streamer on. Stocks, were you trying to say rich and you hit a J there? Is that what happened? What What a day it's been so far, huh? I think it's funny that someone DM'd me asking if they could get into this tournament. That was certainly amusing. Oh, come on, let me go ahead and do something. Hey. There we go. Oh. If Bag loses, then all the American players lost. Oh, that's an interesting note. Let me go ahead and take a look at that overall picture there. Oh yeah, Ian was eliminated. Cassim is out. Juicy lost. Ian was kicked out for, you know, not making it in time for his match. He was disqualified, you might say. Latak in the building. How are you, bud? And here we are back to the face cam view. Hi, how are you? I'm Rich Slaton from Clash Royale League. If you don't know already, I'm also from this channel here. If you don't know that already, I'm also in Montana. It's a state in the northern part of the U.S. If you didn't know that already, it's right by Canada. If you don't know all that already, and I wear lots of black shirts all the time. If you don't know all that already. And here are matchups that are coming up still. And look, they've updated the schedule for today. And oh man, I'm not going to be here for those. Oyasu and Jack, the last two matches of the day. Oh boy, I'm not going to be here that late. It's just not physically possible. Latak, glitches on your end. Oh no. I'm Zano. What's up? Yeah, Thunder. Thunder's still in the mix. Guys, everyone who wins today, by the way, makes it to the round of 32, meaning they are both still in the Ladder Legends tournament, and they all qualify for Stage 2 of the AMG Cup, where they'll face off against all of those big competitive players. Here we go. Ace and Michifu kicking off right now. Let's go. Let me go see. One second, guys. And it's Expo for Michi. Anyone surprised here? Anyone shocked? Anybody here shocked by a Michifu going Expo? Hey, in Thrill, thanks for the follow, man. Because of your follow, Thriller has been re-released in virtual reality, so you can actually listen to the entire Thriller album as if it is its original release date, which I believe was like 81 maybe, is that right? You get to virtual reality experience the release party for the Thriller album. That's pretty cool, huh? Expo down one more time. Balloon not going to connect on the left-hand side, and that's a connection for Michifu. Ace in trouble. Oh, boy. Running Minor Loon when Michifu has been known to play some Ice Bow. That's a choice. That's a choice that you made. Was it the best choice? I don't know. But that's the choice that you went with. Setting up on defense right now is Michi. And that balloon going nowhere near the tower. Gilmania, how are you? Kick Ash, welcome back. Patrick, good to see you again. Ice Golem Balloon left-hand lane. And this is the setup here. Michifu just has to sit back, relax, and enjoy the rocket cycle. G. GG. There's no coming back from this right here. GG. Suspect deck choice. Michifu cycles you out. There you go. I am Legend. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. Mrs. Slaton dropping off some refreshments to help keep me going. Say one more time. Okay. So baby boy Slaton starting to stir here pretty soon, so won't be a lot more of the stream here, maybe another 20 or 30 minutes, folks. Ace banning Tornado for this one. And guys, don't worry, when the stream is over here, I will refer you over to the Spanish language stream or get the other streams and let you choose what language you want, maybe. Big Spin is also going, I believe. Yeah, Mrs. Slaton coming in hot with the refreshments. Here we go, game number 2, Michifu up 1. I really just want to make it to the, what was it, Bag Chris Leanne? Is that what the matchup is? Yeah, that's the one I really want to make it to Bag Chris Leanne. That one's big one. Lady Slaton, good call there. We need Rich's Son versus Ash Son. Well, Rich Son turns 2 in like a few weeks, so Rich Son does not know how to even really manipulate a phone in that way. Sparky for the Italian. The Spaniard. Setting up high for the moment. Solid bandit out of Michifu. And we'll see if the Ram Rider comes behind this. Heal Spirit, clean Heal Spirit from Michi. Not going to quite make enough room, though. But up by 2, so 1.5. Good sequence overall for the Spaniard. I have not had a straight-up Coca-Cola in a long time. But I am having one right now. Say I prefer it over Pepsi. Right now the time is almost 4 o'clock for me, Emo. Is Ram Rider hard to play? Not if you ask Night Owl. He thinks it's the easiest thing to play, but he hates it. Magic Archer getting some chip damage here. Michi's been timing that well over and over again. Good minions out of Ace. The Heal Spirit battle, though, who wins this? And the Bandit just out of range. Michifu measuring all of this pretty much perfectly. Michifu definitely playing this one pretty clean so far. Although Ace now up by 1 elixir. Sparky cycles right. That high bandit doesn't survive long enough to absorb it, doesn't, so Bar Barrel has to go in. Each of you has to be pretty careful here. This push is starting to put together some action. And that bandit goes perfectly timed, does not take the Sparky, absorbs the Sparky shot, and takes no damage. It goes all the way coast to coast. Ram Rider connection as well. That's going to be a GG here. Michifu going to do it in 2, and do it easily. Alpha Moriarty dropping roses on the stream. Alpha coming in hardcore. From would not follow to throw in roses, Alpha Moriarty. Quickly getting OP here in the chat. Look at that pile of roses. Alpha Moriarty, I didn't know you chose me. I feel so special now. Hype in the chat, team. I Am Legend God just followed the chat. Thank you very much as well. I Am Legend God, because of your follow. Alpha Moriarty had all those roses regrow without having to plant new ones. There you go. Yeah, big rip to Ace Michifu, taking out his teammate and moving on to the next stage of this event. Here's a fun one coming up, folks. So let's look at the calendar here. We're going to go at least through, I'm going to try to go through Bag versus Chris Leanne. Hopefully that moves quickly enough. I really want to watch that match. So my goal is to stay here all the way through Bag versus Chris Leanne. Hopefully it's a bunch of 2-0 sweeps. We get there real quick. And here we go, sweep versus Trollan, though, up next. That one I'm really pumped for. Here we go, the Canadian sweep. They have not changed the overlay yet. They will. Dude, Alpha Moriarty dropping roses like he owns the White House Rose Garden, and Sweep going with Eagle and Battle Healer. Sweep! Sweep, why? Okay, that picture's pretty OP now. Alpha Moriarty coming in hot today. High level work from Alpha Moriarty. Making a run after Lady Royale's title. Of course, number 2 is currently Cheesecake. Kelly behind, but with that big run, Alpha Moriarty has run himself up into the top 10 with one run of roses. Nice work there, sir. Master Nyarda and Blur, appreciate your stay safe. Slunger, how are you? So Golem, Skelly Barrel clone for Trollan. And Sweet coming out. Yes, Billy Willie, they do. They're like bits and stuff like that. So they do help me for sure. Spells are bigger, but the elixir ones are bigger, but the manas are great. So anything you got, totally helpful, Billy Willie. Do appreciate it. Ragers, how are you? Oh boy, that's an E-Golem, a Battle Healer, Electro Dragon, NATO. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, kids, oh boy. How do you even give? I guess the only time you would ever give a well played to an E-Golem player is when you were playing Golem, Night Witch, Skelly Barrel, Claw, right? And the spam coming in hot, everybody. Pantax Plays, welcome to the channel. Spam coming in heavy right now, and Trollan gonna try to do something here, but not looking good. Got a stay safe battle between Billy and Master Nyarda right now. Alpha Moriarty, you've been noticed. Billy and Master Nyarda going heavy back and forth. So splitting the Golem and the Night Witch is Trollan. Banso, how are you? Is there a clone coming? Not when there's a NATO in cycle. This should be a Jujube Pleu. Oh no, hold on. Hold your horses, folks. Did I speak too soon? No, I did not. I did not. Gould. Gould, appreciate the stay safe, man. Most cheap with the stay. Dude, Sponge bringing it in. Everyone going hard in the chat right now. Master Nyarda and Gould going for it right now. Alpha Moriarty with a big time rose in the chat. And, well, Sweep did win that. Sweep did win that. He was playing Eagle and Battle Healer, so, you know, it's like a half win. Counts the same, I guess. Patrick, Gould, Master Nyarda. Everyone going hard right now in the chat. Appreciate the support, everybody. There's the stats from this one. 50-50 matchup over the 12 battles that have been played with these two decks in the current run. 50-50 is not just how they match up in wins and losses, but how they match up in toxicity. Here we go. Game number 2 already loaded in. The ban is NATO by Trollan. I appreciate all the sims, guys. Yeah, the stay safe. Hopefully I'm still safe, guys. Skull, thank you for the stay safes. Gould, I appreciate it, guys. The spam fight is beautiful, and Trollan now looks like he's running it right back. Looks like he is running right back. What if he went Giant Skeleton instead this time? Probably not, though. Probably just going to go Golem. Trollan runs this in my tournaments a lot. And there you go. Sets up Golem, not worried about those smelly dragons. Everyone trying to make sure I stay safe, and I appreciate it, guys. I need to stay safe. Here you go. Golem, Night Witch behind. Sweep probably has poison. So let's see if Trollan does this. Sweep maybe poison's a little early for my tastes. That poison. He has the delivery. Never mind. Yeah, roses are phenomenal. 20 roses are $1? I had no idea. Interesting clone play on the right-hand side, and it might pay off here. What a crazy clone move from Trollan. And that's basically towered down on the right-hand side. A Skarmy clone push on the right-hand side runs right past the Skeleton Dragons and eviscerates that right-hand tower. What did we just see, folks? What did we just see? It's 20 roses for $1? I had no idea. Yeah, Trollan just pulled a fast one, Billy Willie, that's for sure. Got away with that one. And Tower's in trouble on the left-hand side, too. What a crazy game. Hey, Sweep and Trollan definitely making something fun happen. Graveyard in on the left-hand side. That will be tower down, but Trollan has both towers in trouble. The question is, can he put the damage on? Leaderboard is above the chat, I think. Here you see weekly ranking. Oh, and the does not get on tower. If that's... Oh, the Smelly does connect and the arrows come in. If Sweep had held on just for that one Smelly. Oh, boy. The Skarmy clone play. That's play of the day, folks. I wish they had clipping here on Trovo because that was 100% play of the day. Skarmy clone from Trollan to take that win. Oh boy. Oh boy. You know, yo kids, I tell you, when I see something like that, it just makes me go crazy, huh? Skarmy clone. Trollan runs back the same deck, and then Skarmy clones a steal the tower. That was bananas. Sweep banning Night Witch. I like that ban. If you're looking at how to ban around around a bunch of decks, banning Night Witch. Smart one out of Sweep. Gets rid of this deck, and gets rid of a ton of other annoying decks to deal with. Cheesecake right behind at number 2. I didn't realize some people were so high up there on that list. Here we go, guys. Game number 3, Sweep and Trollan. It's been a fun one so far. Serge TS cheering on Sweep in the chat. Here we go. Game number 2. Bob the Builder and Kai, welcome back to the stream. And Bag has shown up in the chat in the clan, so we'll see when Bag's match starts. Right now, Sweep and Trollan putting on a show. Miners both directions. It's so hard not to roast Sweep's photo, guys. It really is. I like Sweep a lot. Good dude. Good player. And I like his confidence. That photo, there are so many things happening at once. Not going to do it, though. Not going to do it. Half the jokes aren't even appropriate for a family-friendly stream anyway. It's so hard, though. Minor Loon both directions. I like Sweep. Oh, man, I just went by 5 jokes. I had so many queued up, and I just had to not. Family-friendly stream, folks. Trollan goes balloon left-hand lane. Bats right there, zaps him off. Sweep going to take a shot here. Only one, I believe. No, it's not even opinions, it's just, you know, jokes. And balloon connection on both sides of the board. I do like Trollan, that's true. Trollan is a big part of the community here. When is a Rich After Dark stream? Yeah, for real. For real. Naxo, welcome. And there you go, Trollan lava's up. Sweep, though, with the snowball and the giant skeleton to set up high. That giant skeleton was really, really well timed. It's smart for Trollan to let that giant skeleton go past here if he can. There we go. Smart play by Trollan. And a good set of barbs. Trollan played that exactly right. Did not want to pop that giant skeleton at the bridge and give defensive support. So rather than stop it beforehand, let it run right on by. Miner to pull the giant skeleton back, but the giant skeleton does take the Inferno Dragon aggro. I don't know if that snowball served his purpose, keeps the giant skeleton alive. It's going to the tower, though. Color me wrong. Giant skeleton will go kaboom on the tower, and just like that, 13-05. This is a pretty tight matchup, Hero. And the Fish Boy does not pick up the Miner. Balloon goes with the right-hand side. Balloon will not connect on one end. Sweet, trying to get it done on the other side. Will he do it? Yes, he does. Ron Jeremy's nephew goes through to the round of 32. Had to. Good job, Sweep. Canada still in it. One Canadian and one American still in the tournament. So, well played to that side of the world. Stang San and Mr. Alpha are up next. Salty Cod Mobile, welcome. Tim, Michael Arias, how are you? Chickenite, that's a fun one. Guys, if you're just joining, here's the challenge bracket. So you can keep up with what's happening. Every winner today qualifies for two things. They go on in this ladder legend side of the bracket. There will be a cash prize for the winner of this side of the bracket, but all 32 who qualify today, who make it past the round of 64, all 32 will move on to stage 2 of the AMG Cup, where they'll be facing off against some of the top competitive players in the game, all the big famous names that you know and want to see. That'll be next week. David Toom. Welcome, everybody. Michael Arias. And minors both ways. France does have a relatively healthy Clash Royale scene. Shout out to the French streamers, MNT, hashtags. A lot of top-tier French talent there in the casting community. I wonder if what the other French-speaking countries, what their Clash Royale engagement is like. Giant Miner for Mr. Alpha. Stang San might just be going Miner control here. Miner into the inside. No, he's not worried about King Tower activation at this stage. I do like it when I see someone make that reference or figure that out early. A lot of guys don't, even though they know it, they don't process it early. And they keep on going to the safe spot much longer than they need to. Stang San's personal best, 7,000 on his main. All right, that might be his alt. Hold on, let me look at his other account. 1 second. Because there's his. Oh, that's his main. Is Stang San PUSHER? Plays for Team Samurai in most of his competitive endeavors. Got number 2 in the I Stay Home Cup, or Yomaquedo and Casa Cup, back a few months ago. Has had some good performances overall in these various Revel Amar organized esports events, including a 5th place in the Rainbow Cup 4. Kiko, welcome back. Banso, how are you? calling it the new 3.0, says Billy Willie. So far, working out for Stang Sand. Right-hand tower down to 690, and a little more poison miner action should get this one done. And a good protect on the E-Wiz there. Doesn't save it. But that miner to the inside should be enough to put us within the final chunks of spell cycle range. 338 on the right-hand side. 2 poisons will do it. We'll probably see him miner at least one more time to that right-hand lane. Fireball and a bit of pressure. He does miner, goes miner to the back this time, and that's going to be it. GG, well played. Poison might not even be necessary. And there you go. Stang Sand does play the poison, gets it done. The Brazilian wins game number 1 against the Frenchman. There you go, throwing in those stats, powered by Royale API. And Mr. Alpha banning poison. So here we go, jumping into game number 2. Stang Sand taking a second to look over his deck. I am Legend God, maybe here to support Brazil. Alpha Moriarty, I have my reasons for what? The Frenchman, Mr. Alpha, 8.4K personal best, 84.58. The Frenchman's best finish is 335th on his main account. But 84.58, that's a no-joke finish. Waiting here for our game to kick back on here. And here's a look at what we have coming up, guys. Schwarzen versus Predator up next, then Rockstar and Riker. Carl the Legend versus Amir Uzumaki, and then the big one, Bag versus Chris Leanne. I'm trying to make sure I can stay here long enough for that. The Oyasu match is going to be much later, guys. Dual Citizen with Brazil and USA. Obrigado for coming and joining the stream there, buddy. On Hottie, thanks for the stay safe. Expo for Stang Sand. Just setting up deep early. Looking like it might be Golem clone here for Mr. Alpha. We will see. Yep, feeling like what we just saw in our other matchup from Trollan. Maybe Mr. Alpha liking what he saw in that one. Tesla sets up high, Expo behind. Golem will not drop in time, so has to go with the Scar Me Ahead. Might NATO this all back here. Let's see if Stang Sand goes for it. Yep, NATO's all back, and that's going to be a connection with the Expo. It's a big connection here. Bats will help mitigate the damage, but that's going to be a lead change for Stang Sand as we pass the midway point of regulation time. 1758 to 2022. A lot of big Brazilian Icebo players. Of course, former Pain Gaming player Wen, known for playing a lot of Icebo. And the Spaniard Carnage, who was on Pain Gaming for 2 seasons, also a big Icebo player. Hot country, cold deck. I mean, that's how you go for it. A little early there on the log, but no big deal. And Stang Sand sets up to the right-hand side upon seeing that Night Witch come down. Don't forget Henan Kava. Yeah, Henan. Is he primarily an Icebo player? Or was he primarily an Icebo player? I know he's a great Brazilian player, but didn't know he was an Icepo guy specifically. A lot of people not liking the decks they see. Guys, don't worry. This match will be over fairly soon. Golem down for Mr. Alpha one more time. He does play Icepo on ladder. Okay, good to know. Skarmy goes to the left-hand side along with the skeleton barrel. Stang now with 2 Ice Whizzes on the board and a good defense. Clone tries to do something. This might be Expo territory here, although I don't think we'll get a connection. Stang probably going to slow down here and just play some defense. Opportunistic. Look at that kite. Doesn't quite go all the way, but now Expo down on the left-hand side. Gonna try to get that off in time, and the Expo will connect on the left-hand lane. Golem comes down too late. That's a big, big connection for Stang. And look at that, NATO a half step early there on the NATO maybe. But damage done, evened up the game here, 968 to 398. And this would be a lot of damage on the right-hand side here. Stang might be in a bit of trouble. Clone comes in. Ice Whiz down to try to clean that up. 748 on the right-hand lane. King Tower activation comes in, doesn't really matter. Here we go, final 45 seconds. Arrows trying to chip this up a little bit more. NATO slow it down. Clone does come in. Stang needs to get a building down. There you go, Tesla in defense. Does he NATO all this back one more time? Needs to rocket cycle. Needs to rocket cycle quickly. Skellies, though, do they get on tower? A clone tries to make it happen. Won't happen. Stang gonna pull out the win here against Mr. Alpha. What an interesting match that ended up being in the end. What an interesting match for that there at the end. And there you go. Stang moves on. What the heck just happened? What in the world just happened? I have left the clan. Hold on, guys. For some reason, I'm not in the clan anymore. Give me a second. I didn't leave the clan on purpose. Did I get kicked? Was it a glitch? Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me go ahead and find that. What the heck just happened? One moment, please. There we go. Jumping back in here. What the heck just happened? 1 second, guy. Hold on, I gotta change accounts now and get back into the clan. I've been banned. I mean, I wonder if someone kicked people randomly. One of the admins made a mistake. One second, guys. What a ding-dong. Unbelievable. What the heck's going on, guys? I'm going to have to switch accounts here. Oh, that's going to ruin some stuff for me, but that's okay. So stupid. All right, guys, I'm going to switch accounts. Hold on, guys. That's super obnoxious and annoying. Yeah. What the heck? All right, let me go ahead and I have to restart that and reset that with Royale API. Not a big deal. Whatever. You're just ruining my day. Let me go ahead and join it with my other account. There we go. And here we go. Schwarzen versus Predator. We're back in it. Someone needs to get their off with their heads. Barbhut GY. You guys surprised by it? Nobody is? Cool, me neither. Me neither. Let's see, what happened to the chat when all the things were happening? Yeah, they kicked me from the clan. Hey, Chuckwagon, how are you? Have you been here this whole time? Good to see you, pal. Schwarzen, the German player, up against Predator. Schwarzen has been all over the semi-pro scene as of late. Very talented, has had some big moments, both for his semi-pro teams and for Germany in some of the smaller competitions. Personal best, 8.2K. I'll throw the tournament link. There you go, Tommy. I'll throw the one that actually links because only I can post hyperlinks. I'm a family-friendly guy. Also rich. Off with their heads! That's from my family-friendly movie. It's from, you know, whatchamacallit, Alice in Wonderland. That's family-friendly. Don't judge me. Don't judge me! So minor wall breakers for Predator, Barbhut GY, and a real yucko version for Schwarzen. Going with Ewiz, though, instead of Musketeer. Interesting. Minor going into the right, or the left-hand side. Wall breaker's trying to sneak past. Ewiz will stop him. No, one wall breaker connects. Tight here in sudden death overtime. 7:04 to 7:31. Minor in one more time for Predator. Graveyard goes opposite direction. Does he have the poison for those bats? And he does. That should be a win for Schwarzen here, I believe. That's within poisoned range. That's a good fireball, though. Down to 250. I don't know if Predator can get there fast enough, though. Wall breakers trying to sneak on through. Schwarzen stops and poison comes in. GG, well played. Game number 1 goes to the German. That's not what I said, Sponge. Hear me out. Schwarzen is good, but Predator looking down on everybody. Yep, I agree with you. I agree with you. Close game, good game. Those are not the stats from this game. Those are stats from the last game. Ban from Predator is Balloon. Balloon is banned. Let's take a look at what we have coming up. So, man, it's already almost 4:30. I really want to do Bag versus Chris Leanne, but it's starting to press up against how long I'm supposed to be here. Let's just hope for a couple quick 2-0s, right? A couple quick 2-0s here. All right, here we go. Schwarzen. Let's go for Schwarzen, a quick 3 crown. Come on, Schwarzen. Keep it going. Papa needs to move. Weird name, not going to read it. Learned my lesson with people trying to do troll names in the chat here. I've seen a lot of them. Seen a lot of these trolly names here. Let's go ahead and check this out real quick. Yeah, Bag and Chris. That's the one. I want to stick around to see that one, guys. Yeah, I have time with my son, you know? Baby boy Slaton, I tried that. This is, luckily this event's scheduled mostly while he's napping. But essentially, like, I leave early before lunch starts, and then cast through his nap. He's a long napper. Then he wakes up, though. I want to go and be done with this and go hang out with him. Interesting. Heal Spirit for Schwarzen? Heal Spirit for Schwarzen. So, probably not GY. Yeah, maybe it's GY for the bridge fight? But with Heal Spirit? But with Heal Spirit? But with Heal Spirit? What if he's running Lumberjack and the Rammer, huh? Pigs? You say pigs, Moji? Could be piggies. Not impossible. Little dual lane pressure. RG. And it's pigs. Great call there, Moji. And the Heal Spirit comes in. Great timing. What do you guys think of the Skeleton Dragons now? Are they in a good place? You run this deck. Oh, that's good. Yeah, Baby Boy Slaton. If you go to my Instagram, I just put a picture of myself up. I might put it on Twitter. I don't usually put Baby Boy Slaton pictures on Twitter. But @RichSlaton on Insta. You can see a picture. I put up a picture of the two of us from yesterday. I just put it up today. What's up, Bello? How are you? Pigs go right. Bomb tower will pick him up. Miner chipping away. All I want is for Schwarzen to win this so that we can get on and move to closer and closer to the bag Chris Leanne match. Why would anyone why would anyone go to 3 games when that's what I want to see? This bomb tower, though, causing problems for me. Bomb tower ruining my day. Forget what's doing to Schwarzen. Wall breaker stopped here by Schwarzen. Really, guys, at this point, I'm rooting for whoever wins game 1 in all of these BO3s until we get to the bad Chris Leanne match. And then I don't know what to do, because then it'll be the last American bag up against the guy who's won my streams multiple times, Chris Leanne. It'll be a hard one. Don't know what I'll do. It'll be emotional. Good poison on the right-hand side. One wall breaker does not sneak through, but the bar barrel has to come out to stop it from connecting. Good fireball. The fireball value on the right-hand side has been pretty good for Predator. Here we go. Piggy's in. Yeah, so... Yeah, I really want to stay for the Oyasu and Jack matches, but I straight up cannot stay that long, unfortunately. But what I will do is link one of the other streamers so you can go watch those on the back end somewhere else. One second, guys. And Predator wins it, torturing me by forcing me to continue to stream Clash Royale. No, I'm happy to be here, guys. Just really want to get to that Chris Leanne versus bag match so that I can go play with my boy, go be a dad. You know, give him someone to look up to, teach him the ways of the world. Miner the ban for Schwarzen. And do I need to reload this? What is happening with you stats? There we go. I'm in featured. What do you mean I'm in featured? Where am I featured, Sponge? Am I featured here on Trovo? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Sponge? Bans are Balloon and Miner. Here we go, game number 3. MC Lim in the building. Oh, on the Trovo list. Nice. Schwarzen, let's keep it going. Billy Willie, he can learn about that on his own in the future. A 93-7 matchup. That actually is the craziest. I mean, that's only a 16-game sample size, so it's not a great sample size, but still. don't think I've ever seen those numbers on a Royale API analysis before. It's only 16 games, though, so it's not a reliable sample size at all. Doo-doo-doo. Here is the bracket link for you guys in the channel. If you haven't seen it yet, welcome back, Peacemaker. Still a tough matchup. 97, yeah, it should be 92-8. Alpha Moriarty coming in hot today. Yeah, Barbhut. I will say this forever. I think that spawners being overly meta is bad for the game. That is my opinion. I think the game is better when spawners are slightly weak. And when one deck like this becomes too strong, something has to change. I don't know if it's nerfing the deck another way, but I think that spawners being strong is bad for the game. In my humble opinion, as a man who has cast probably more competitive Clash Royale at this stage than anyone, maybe? Maybe? I don't know, maybe Revel, but like, when you combine CRL and then all the other stuff that I've done, I cast a lot of Clash Royale. Doesn't mean I'm good at it, but I know it's fun to watch. And Barbhut it ain't. GY in the opposite side. Which GY Barbhut deck? Oh no, it's GY Pigs versus GY Barbhut. All right, we're rooting for Schwarzen. Best English streamer. Thanks, Motion. Appreciate it. I speak English pretty well, so that's pretty fun. VLCR. What's happening? Welcome to the stream, buddy. Schwarzen running essentially the graveyard deck, but with piggies. Throwing a heal spirit there for good measure because you have piggies. Predator running another variation of GY Barbhut, E-Wiz rather than the Mouseketeer. Yeah, Barbhut pigs. Alpha Moriarty, I will. Don't you worry. It'll be after the bad Chris Leanne match. I've been streaming now for 4.5 hours, guys. I've listened to Taylor Swift's new record. No VLCR, I'm a 36-year-old married man. So I have not listened to Taylor Swift's new record. My son's babysitter, who is a 19-year-old single college girl, she is a huge Taylor Swift fan and can tell you all about her opinions. And I'm not yucking your yum. I'm just talking about what my demographic is. Adult with a child. But I hope that you enjoy it. On Hottie. Well, welcome to the club, man. Grown-ups in the building. My most recent favorite album is Run the Jewels 4. That's my most recent favorite album. Available for free download on the Run the Jewels website. RTJ4, go get it right now. Free for download. I'll go ahead and advertise for those guys for free with how good their music is, and they give their music out for free. So, remember, man, if you're young and single, Taylor Swift makes sense. If you're young going through a breakup, Taylor Swift makes sense. If you just like Taylor Swift makes sense. I am just not her target demo. Let's put it that way. Trying to get that sponsor? No. Run the Jewels is not sponsoring streamers. Although I do want to get Gooder, those sunglasses that I wear on stream sometimes. I want to get Gooder to sponsor me. I'm going to reach out to them about that. Because I love them Gooder sunglasses. Dr. Sunquick, one of the viewers here, big part of the community, went and bought his own pairs after seeing them on stream. GY trying to steal this one in the final moments. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Schwarzen, the German, moving on here. High Barbhut. Ain't going to be enough. Germany moves one forward, another round of 32. GG, well played for Schwarzen. Predator falling here in the round of 64. So Schwarzen now moves on both in the 32 and 64 ranks. Schwarzen, 32 and 64. So ladder champ bracket, the ladder legends bracket, which will culminate tomorrow. There will be some prize pool for that portion of it, and of course, every winner today moves on into the next stage where they will face off against the 32 competitive players on the other side of this bracket. So GG, well played to Schwarzen. I hear it because of Bon Iver, to be honest. I also don't listen to Bon Iver. Maybe I should. Who knows? And here we go. Coming up next, Rockstar versus Riker. Oh, guys, we're so close, so that's the wrong page. There we go. Rockstar versus Raken, and then Carl versus Amir Uzumaki, and then Bag versus Chris Leanne, and that'll be it for my stream today. But guys, there'll be more after I'm done. You'll have Mohammed Light, you have Anaban, you have Mini Minter. Oh, we're not going to see Mini Minter. Look at the last. Oh, I can't stay for this. I really can't stay for it. But guys, I am going to 100% link you guys over to one of their streamers when this is done, and you guys got to watch Mohammed Light, Anaban, Mini Minter, Pompeo, Benzer, Oyasu, and Jack. Man, I wish I could stream that chunk, but I can't. But I can't. I've been streaming now for 4.5 hours. Why are they not moving on? Man, Mini Mitchell will be great. No one else is streaming this in English, guys. I'm the only English streamer. I will pass this along to one of the other language streamers. There is no official list of the 32 competitive players. This is the list of the round of 64 players, the ones who are currently in this portion. But there has not been a list yet made of the competitive players released. It will be at some point. Yeah, I wish I could cast Mini's game, but I can't. But I am unable to. Oh, come on. Let's go. What's the now we have another delay? One second here. Okay, now we're kicking up. And let's jump in. Rockstar versus Riker. Yeah, but someone has to press the games to play there, unfortunately, on Hottie. Hey, Isak, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome. Rockstar up against Rikert. Yeah, it's been almost 5 hours, guys. We're going to stick around for these next 3 matches, and then I'm done. That's me, finished, kaput. But I'll be back tomorrow. And guys, I'll tell you right now, I am rooting for whoever wins Game 1. That's who I'm rooting for. And once someone wins Game 1, I will be emphatically rooting for them in Game 2. The most biased, not okay from a professional standpoint, rooting for whoever wins Game 1 to win in Game 2. That's what I'll be doing. Rockstar goes RG behind King Tower in single elixir. I guess he is against bait, but still. Yeah, interesting Rockstar pick, that's for sure. Tomorrow is the final day, not of the AMG Cup swimmer. Tomorrow is the final day of the Ladder Legends portion of the bracket. Game 1 and Game 3 emoji, I don't care who wins in these games. I just want it to be a 2-0. 805 Joe, sub in the house. Welcome back, sir. Yeah, I'm not gonna say who's my favorite player or team in CRL. But here, I have some bias. Right now, my bias is whoever wins Game 1. Because I want to go hang out with my boy, and I want to see Bag versus Chris Leanne. Oh, I thought Alpha Moriarty was guessing my my favorite player. Riker just demolishing it. I don't love the RG behind King Tower in single choice that Rockstar made. And gonna heal Spirit to hold off here, but that's not gonna be enough. That's gonna be a GG. So now I'm rooting for Riker, guys. I'm now rooting for Riker. I'm now rooting for Riker. I'm now rooting for Riker because he won game 1. You guys said that SSG is my favorite team. Why do you say that? Is it because it has 2 Americans on it? Is it because I've been to both Tokyo and China with those guys? Is it because Aw Crap is from my hometown? Is it because RF is currently having the best season of anybody in 2020? Is that why you think Space Station is my favorite team? Interesting. Interesting theory there. All right, guys, root for Riker. All chat for Riker. Sorry, Rockstar. Real sorry about it. But everyone here pulling for Riker hard. Isak, can I shout you out? I cannot shout you out, obviously. I cannot read your comment. Can you shout me out? It would mean a lot. I obviously cannot shout you out, Isak. Isak. E-S-A-K. Poison Band from Rockstar. And here we go. Riker, game number 2. Jump right on into it. Riker's a German player. Looks like his main is Shadow Light. 7.6K personal best. Your favorite CR player is Lapo. Well, Peacemaker, that's very common here on the stream. Well, Joe, I've been a person for a long time. Works out pretty well for me. Thank you. Appreciate. I enjoy that you're enjoying it. Minor wall breakers both directions. Thank you, DC the boss. I'm glad somebody appreciates it. So let's see if Shadowlight, if Riker, aka Shadowlight, so that is his main. So I guess Riker is his competitive main and Shadowlight is his ladder main. 7.6K personal best. Has done some work with LA Gaming over in the GKR, Liga Bandita, Gems, all that sort of stuff. Best finish 219th. On Hottie, you're the only Morton fan here between the Lapo lovers. I'm a big Morton fan myself. But this channel is definitely very Lapo biased. Speaking of Lapacati, guys, if you haven't yet, ooh boy, let me tell you something. One of the most anticipated best of 5s in the history of best of 5s on my YouTube channel. Went up live, went up today. Igor versus Lapacati. Save it to watch later. Cuddle up with your loved ones. Get your dog. Come on, Riker. I am so biased right now. I just want to get to Chris Leanne versus Bag. So bad. There we go. Every minor shot means a lot. What about Rockstar's picture? It's the best one I've seen so far. You know what's funny about Rockstar's picture? If you turn Rockstar's picture into a silhouette, it would look like it belonged in the game. Like, someone take Rockstar's picture, turn it into one of those same kind of silhouettes you see over Riker, and I swear to God, you'd be like, wait, is that like an E-Wiz or something? For sure. For sure. Yeah, DC, it was a great BO5 for sure. What's a silhouette? Isak, you see the picture of the prince on the right-hand side? How it's not the picture, it's just like the shadow with the outline? That's the silhouette. Riker wins it in 2. Thank you, Riker, for moving us along to my ultimate goal, which is watching the American Bag up against the guy who has won tons of the tournaments on my channel, Chris Leanne. Wish I could stick around to watch Mini Minter and Oyasu and Jack and all that stuff, but I'll get you guys a link of where to go. Don't you worry, I support you. Carl versus Amir coming up next. Your favorite CRL picture is Javi with his fingers in his ears. Yep. Javi's great, man. I like Javi a lot, both as a player and as a guy. Javi's pretty cool. And they'll update the overlay in a second. It's not my... I'm not in charge of the overlay. There you go. There's Carl. So there you go. 2 more. So, dude, tell me that Rockstar's pose, if it was a silhouette, you wouldn't be kind of like, is that maybe a nice whiz? Or an E-whiz? It'd be a whiz of some sort, right? Carl the legend. Looking like he's running GY Barb Hut, most likely. At least GY Musk. 2018 World Finals was epic with Javi. Man, think of how crazy it would have been if Javi had won that. Right? Or at least they gone to the King of the Hill in that. Is that the bowler? Yeah, that's bowler for Carl. Man, if Javi had won that. Just had a there was so much weight on his shoulders. If you actually look for Vivo Keith's run through CRL Latin America all the way through World Finals, the amount of weight on Javi's shoulders was absolutely insane. Like forced to carry through CRL Latin American Finals. Had to 1v1 twice, multiple times in the playoffs. Gets to World Finals. In World Finals, they had to go shorthanded. Not only did Vivo Keith have to go with only 3 players, Arima not able to go with Vivo Keith to World Finals, so it was just Javi and Kiki and Gabo. But EK and Allen, their coaches, unable to go with them. I really wonder sometimes that if Vivo Keith had had a full-strength team with coaches, what might have been different. Now, a similar story on that with Immortals. Immortals went with their full team, but were not able to bring trainer Luis because at the time, Luis had not yet got his American citizenship and was still a Venezuelan citizen, meaning he had no passport. So Luis was unable to travel to Tokyo for 2018 World Finals. And in the deciding game, I believe it was Royal on Tower, deciding game of King of the Hill against Ponos, Luis was not there, was on the phone trying to give instructions. And Luis told them, go with your gut, run anything but Lava Hound. Anything but Lava Hound. And they weren't able to get that word to Royal in time. And when their manager got up there to tell them the news, they'd already had a Lava Hound deck prepped. And Royal went with Lava Hound, and you guys saw how that ended. Right? Wasn't it Royal? That was a brutal one. Alpha Moriarty, how can you not show up? They weren't able to. It was like they weren't able to get into the country. Japan was, there were a few teams that ended up having some troubles because of that with Japan. Yeah, he ran Hound. That one was brutal. If he hadn't run, and he ran Hound, had his counters out of cycle, got blown out of the game in the first few moments, and that was it. You saw Royal up there just being like, ugh, GG. Opponent's going to have KK and Moogie, yeah. Curious to see how Moogie does in CRL. Excited about it. GYN right-hand side. Minor wall breakers to the left. A German versus German matchup here. Currently Amir Uzumaki in the lead. Yeah, Luis is a good dude, man. I like him a lot. Going to school at UCLA while also coaching his boys at the same time. Minor wall breakers into the left. And those wall breakers connect. Carl completely mistimes his Royal delivery. That might be the worst Royal delivery of the day, guys. It was a good snipe. It was bans. We ran balloon cycle with Rasmus and took the tower in the first 1/3. Yeah. Well, also, Royal, I think didn't he cycle Mega Minion to open on top of that? And had nothing to counter the balloon on top of it, too. There you go. GG, well played. So now I am rooting for Amir in Game 2. I don't care who wins Game 3 if there's a Game 3, but in Game 2, rooting for Amir because I want to get to Bag versus Chris. Been streaming for almost 5 hours here, 4 hours and 40 minutes. So you got to wonder if Luis had had a passport and been able to go to Japan, what might have been different there. Another interesting note about the Tokyo World Finals, and a big difference in how it went for Team Queso versus Immortals in that first one, was who everyone brought out to be their hero in the seeding tournament. And Luis made another great call on that one, sending RF out rather than Royal, who'd been their 1v1 star. And his reasoning was great, was that RF is untiltable. So he sent out RF rather than Royal. On the flip side of it, Team Queso sent out Soking, who got completely blown out of the water during the seeding tournament and was unbelievably tilted. I think that seeding tournament at CRL World Finals might have been what actually broke Soking, to be honest. He got completely manhandled in the seeding tournament, and he was a wreck in the hotel for the next few days. Was totally distraught about how it went. Very emotional player, and I don't know if he ever quite recovered from that seeding tournament. Totally shot his confidence going into the actual World Finals. Really interesting moment from us, seeing coaches kind of earn their money. I think in the seeding tournament, people learned that you don't send out necessarily your best player, you send out the best player you have who's untilted. Angel, Wulo, how are you? Vilnius. Teresa, welcome back. Give me 1 second, guys. I know everyone here is rooting for Amir Uzumaki, so we can move on to our next game. Yeah, it was a rough one, man. It was a rough one. I've seen a few, like, pretty rough outings for players. Of course, Dandelion, a.k.a. Blizzard's really emotional run when they realized the Eagle was going to ruin them. But yeah, Soking, you guys didn't see it, but it was rough. Was there a CRL in 2017? No, 2018 was the first season. The CRL West fall season will be longer. Yeah, Peacemaker, we are currently planning on a longer season. No official updates yet, but we are planning on a longer season for the fall split for CRL West. 2 RGs down for Amir. Still can't get past that Inferno Tower. RG Miner's always interesting. Carl the Legend. Gonna stay out a few more shots here. And it looks like we are most likely to be going to another game. We'll see. Hold on. Getting my tweet ready for this next one. Let me get some more. And there you go, Carl the Legend. Making sure I stay here a little longer sends us to game number 3. Is that button working? There we go. We'll see what the ban is. I wish I had a. Ooh, I could have had this queued up to do a real quick little graphic for it, but not going to happen. It's okay. Go ahead and add this onto here. Hit the button that says link. Here we go. The ban is Lava Hound. So Lava and Golem. Lava and Golem both banned for game 3. Waiting for both players to accept the match. And Amir asking for a minute to do decks. Let's see. Talking about 2017 CCGS. There's a lot of, if you go to the actual Clash Royale web YouTube page on Hottie, not the CRL YouTube, but the Clash Royale YouTube, that's where they have all the old CCGS stuff. Yeah, Wings and AC both still in the building. I don't, so Alpha, I'm going to continue to say this. I don't understand people going like Surgical Goblin just won the CRL World Finals like 7 months ago. Surgical Goblin and Team Liquid won CRL West and CRL World Finals and got second place CRL West. Like, had a great 2019. I don't know, man. He didn't play that many games in CRL this season. Played some 2v2, but not much in the way of 1v1. I think he will be. I think Liquid will be just as strong in the fall. Let's see who will win the no tilt. No idea, man. There's too many players. It's gonna be crazy. Amir, come on, man. Which channel? The official Clash Royale YouTube channel. Here we go. Game number 3 of Carl the Legend versus Amir. Blip blop pow. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Serge is so good at Fortnite, not gonna lie. Funny. I might cast some of No Tilt Peacemaker. Yeah, I mean, also it's hard to judge any team off of such a small sample size, because people need to remember that Team Liquid in the CRL West spring season was really struggling at first, and then got back on track and dominated. So like the short season did not benefit Team Liquid in my opinion. What's up, Nalim? Welcome back. So looking like Minor Muskaloon for Amir. Car running Minor Wall Breakers. Playing online different than playing on stage. Yeah, Surgical also is definitely a stage buff player. Some players are better online, some players are better on stage, and Serge is definitely one of those guys who gets a bit of a buff playing. I mean, he plays well online as well, but definitely one of those guys who, like, his ability to stay focused and get it done on stage is matched by few. Let's put it that way. I don't know, Lean. Like, Wings came into this season as one of the best King of the Hill players of all time, and ends the season as one of the best, as probably, I think, the best rated King of the Hill player of all time. I don't know if Wings is better at home versus online, because Wings was already a great King of the Hill player. The problem was that Misfits leaned on him too much, I think, when they had players who really weren't as dialed in, and put him in a bunch of 1v1s and kind of put Wings in bad situations. But I think that even if we're back in public again, I think that Wings will continue to perform well. Why is John Wick trending on Twitter? That's weird. Carl the Legend up by about 500 HP right now on Amir Uzumaki. Snowball, gonna get a connection on this right-hand side. Balloon gets 1 drop, gets 2 drops, and it looks like Amir Uzumaki is going to take this one. Miner goes right to the inside. Smart miner placement. Carl the Legend, 1 step behind. GG, well played. Tweeting out my bag versus Chris Leanne tweet. And we're going to the final match of the day for me, folks. It's going to be fun. There you go, Amir Uzumaki moving on. Yeah, BO3 versus BO5 makes a huge difference too. So there you have it. There are the stats for that one. And guys, we're going to our final match for my stream, and then I will link you guys to Revel's stream, which is where this will continue. If those of you guys want to watch the remaining matches, of course, here are the remaining matches for the day. You will want to watch them, but right now, if you're a fan of my streams, This is a fun one, guys. The last American in the tournament on this side. Of course, there will be Americans in the other side, the competitive player bracket. The last player, remaining American in the ladder champs bracket, Bag, up against Chris Leanne, who has won my invitation or my open tournaments multiple times. Let's go. This is the match I wanted to see. I'm pumped. And Bag going to RG Giant Skeleton. Aggressive opening push. Delivery trying to create some separation here. But RG will get a ton of damage on the right-hand side to open up. 1772. 4 years from a revolution is Bag. Would have been perfect if he hit 70-76 for the American player, huh? Chris Leanne looking like he's going with a variation of Graveyard, running the Goblin Cage rather than the Barb Hut. At least give him that. Bag, RGGS, Inferno Dragon. Very interesting. Setting the line high with the Giant Skeleton is the American, defending the Graveyard with the Hunter. But this will pretty much even things up. In fact, take the lead right now for Chris Leanne as we pass the midway point of regulation time. Be curious to see how Bag contends with the Graveyard as time goes on. Lots of heavy single-target troops here. Going to be difficult as the Graveyards flow further and further. Gets the RG down in front of the Inferno Dragon. And Chris Leanne with a distracting GY at the bridge and giving a good game here. Chris Leanne. Can he turn this into a counter push? Don't think so. And that Hunter will go bye-bye to the Skelly Dragons. And it takes the Skeletons out too. Poorly timed Skeletons from Chris there. And RG down again for Bag. Final 20 seconds of regulation. Able to pick it up. But oh my. The Royal Giant tanking for the Fish Boy. 2 slaps come in, 740 on the left-hand side. Chris Leanne has been able to get any serious Graveyard plays coming in. This time, though, gets a little bit of tankage, but not a lot. We'll get about 200 more damage here, though. 400 more damage, 600 more damage. Huge hit for Chris Leanne and a head on Elixir if you don't count the Hunter. And now it's Chris Leanne putting the pressure on the opposite direction. Giant Skeleton sets the line high at the bridge. But those Skeletons building up on the back end. Chris Leanne going to take game number 1 off of Bag. It seemed like the longer that game went, the worse it was going to go for Bag. How do you keep up with those Graveyards at the back end? And that's exactly what happened. Chris Leanne taking game number 1 here. Didn't even use the poison. And now we'll see what Bag bans. Ban of Musketeer. And Bag wasting no time to go into game number 2. Here we go. Will Bag even it up? Keep the Americans in the running here in the Ladder Legends portion of the bracket, or will this be it for the Americans? We have to wait till next week when the competitive players come on in. Chris Leanne looking like he's going to go Giant Miner. And Bag looking like he's going to be going, Graveyard Barb Hut. And that's quite a chunk of damage for Chris Leanne to open with again. And just a naked Graveyard here, hoping his opponent is low enough on Elixir and out of cycle. And this will get us some decent damage. Bag's going to go ahead and get this one back within shooting range. 1998. I believe the same year that Korn released their album Follow the Leader. and took first on the Total Request Live charts when it was dominated by the Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera. Freak on a Leash, #1 video for 4 weeks running. That was 1998 for you. Might have been 99, but I think it was 98. 1839, have no idea what happened that year. Giant Miner pushing on the left-hand side. King Tower activation, easy pickings there for Bag. Nightwitch, though, getting healed up a little bit. And again, Chris Leanne with a bit of an early good game, but maybe this time knowing he doesn't have much for this counter push. We'll see. A little bit of damage on the left-hand lane. Graveyard in. And just the Miner on defense. Heal Spirit trying to help out. Here comes the Poison. Bag pouring it on in the final 50 seconds of regulation. And that should be pretty close to tower down. Gonna get it within Poison range. So Bag should have this one all the way locked up. Bag just gonna play some strong defense, make no big, silly mistakes here, and then poison out when he has a chance. GY, a great Giant in both lanes. So Bag goes Dark Prince to the right-hand side. Denito pulls it all together, and that's a smart poison. That's a very smart poison from Bag. A lot of players would have been wanting to save that. Instead, Bag makes the right call. Poisons, throws the Graveyard in on offense. Knows he can get down to another poison really, really easily. Even if zero skeletons hit? 0 skeletons hit, okay. Kind of a surprise there. Denito to do a little bit more damage. And that's going to be the GG, the well played. We're going to game #3. This is the match we wanted to see in this game. Those will update in just one moment here, guys. There you go. Let's see what Chris Leanne's banning Tornado. So NATO and Musketeer are the bans. Here we go, guys. Final game of the day. And I'll throw you guys the link to our next, to the next stream where you'll go join Revel in Spanish for the remainder of the matches. You guys can also go find, I believe, Big Spin streaming in German, but I don't know if he went to sleep yet or not. So I'll send you guys over there as well. What's up, T-Clap? How you doing? Game #3, Bag and Chris Leanne, the American, versus one of the winningest players in my Rich Slaton Open tournaments. Of course, there's not one today. Ignore the part where it says today. But go ahead and follow me here on Twitter, on Discord. Make sure you never miss one of those when they pop up. Next one should be on Friday. But right now, game #3 of Bag versus Chris Leanne. Let's go. Cage set up for Chris. Is Bag going Graveyard? Both these guys going Graveyard in game 3. I think the possibility. Alpha Moriarty, thanks for the stay safes. Naleen for the stay safes. Blue as well, appreciate it. T-Cloud, thanks for the on fire. Love the love, guys. Love the support. And Chris Leanne going Royal Hogs. And a huge split lane push. A ton of pressure on. Good hunter to pick up from Bag. That was a big push there from Chris Leanne. And a lot of damage still on tower. A healthy brawler forces the Fisherman out. Bag taking a bit of a bath here in the first 45 seconds. Bans are Musketeer and Tornado. And Bag sets up with a Barb Hut. Interesting construction here. Barb Hut, Dark Prince, Fisherman. Peacemaker, something like that, is actually in the works, but it'd be bigger than just like a YouTube video. We'll see if and when it actually happens. The competitive Clash Royale schedule is very, very full between now and the start of CRL, interestingly enough. Very interesting deck here from Bag. Yeah, it could be RG, I guess. Kind of a weird one. Running Fishboy Hunter. Yeah, it could be GY, but The Hunter and the Fisherman are both really weird in the graveyard deck. Piggies go to the right-hand side. 3 to the Barb Hut, 1 to the tower. And that one will take a little snack on the right-hand side. 45 seconds left. Chris Leanne, the Chilean, currently in control. Bag has not had a chance to mount any sort of significant offense. Just some poison cycle. Maji saying it's GY for sure. Interesting GY Barb Hut deck, and there you go, it is GY. So GY Barb Hut with a new variation, and look at that, Baby Dragon taking like crazy. He was trying to save that tower, but Bag is all over it. Mega Knight leaps back, but that is a massive chunk just like that. Bag is back in the lead, 747, 1,000 hit point lead. All the work Chris Leanne did in the first 2 to 3 minutes evaporates in a moment, and now he puts on the pressure like crazy, trying to see if he can turn this tide and keep Bag from mounting any offense the opposite direction. But that was a big expenditure still. Chris Leanne has tons of elixir, currently at 10, sets up the EWIS high. Fisherman behind. And GY in a little bit early here. Baby Dragon just barely gets over in time, poison down. That's going to be a lot of damage on the left-hand side. Bag now, getting that tower down to under 200. Going to be, no, there you go, 183, 156, a poison away. So this is it, Chris Leanne has to try to out-cycle and get on tower before that poison comes back in. I don't think it's possible, folks. Mega Knight trying to leap on through. Piggy's down. Does a Heal Spirit get behind here? Log trying to clear the way out, get that Barb Hut out of the way. Heal Spirit, though, gets absorbed by the Dark Prince, and that's it for Chris Leanne's hopes. GG, well played. Bag, the American Team Liquid Academy prospect, still in the mix, moves on to the round of 32, will continue in this side of the bracket, and qualifies for Stage 2 of our AMG Cup. GG, well played for Bag. One big exchange stole the game back for him, and that's a rough one for Chris Leanne. Yes, it is. Guys, it's been one heck of a stream. We've gone for 5 hours, but that's it for me today. Let me go ahead and throw you guys the link there. Head over to Revel's stream over on Twitch, guys. There's still a bunch more great games to come over on the right side of the stream. Leo Vargas, Yo Soy Rick is up next. But today you have Mohammed Light, who's playing for Kicks in Seattle East coming up. Anaban, Mini Minter, Pompeo, Benzer Rydell, Oyasu, and Jack all remaining for the rest of the day. Wish I could hang out and do it with you guys, but I'm gonna go hang out with my boy. He's been without me for so long, man. So I'm gonna go hang out with my boy. Let's spam this in here. Alpha Moriarty, thank you for your final rose. Really appreciate it. Guys, it's been so fun today. I will see you back tomorrow here, same time, about 12:15 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. Same thing, 9 o'clock Central European Summertime. Tomorrow back here for the round of 32 for the finals of this side of the bracket. So again, there you go. That's the link to continue watching. Go check out Revel on there, and I will see you back here tomorrow. It's been fun. Peace.